Felicitations, my family fledglings. And ghosts, it's so good to unsee you as well. Welcome to another night with Damien Halme, yours truly, hosting another discourse, which means it's top of my week. You're watching this whenever you like. Congratulations. If you're watching this live, please consider opening up a browser tab to youtube.com/DamienHalme and seeing me there live. If you'd be so kind, because I could use the watch hours. If you're watching me on VOD, please consider watching me on youtube.com/DamienHalme, because I need those watch hours as well. I need all of your loving, devoted watch hours to repartner in YouTube. Yes, repartner. I was once. I will do it again. With your help. Thank you for all that you do. If you are keen on kick.com, you can go there, create a profile if you haven't already, and also follow me there. Same name. I'm also on Twitch. All these things I do live 4 days a week, Wednesday through Saturday, starting 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific for 4 hours. Each night is a different theme. Wednesdays are discourse nights, deep topics, something drilling under your bones that's hard to talk about. Thursdays are retro games, Fridays multiplayer, and Saturday are puzzle games. We're going through the Mother series on Thursdays and the Mist series on Saturdays, playing a lot of Enshrouded Early Access, which is a lot of fun too, on Fridays usually. Tonight we're also going to be hopping into Enchanted while we discuss our discourse topic, because there's stuff to work on. We've updated our home city place thing, and are going to be making changes to it with some of the updates. Tonight's discourse topic is movements that fade into moments? What important, critical, still relevant, and still super important news topic, hot topic, debate, political issue, war are you still very much concerned about? But it seems like John Q. Public, the rest of your community, the rest of your loved ones have moved on. They've established an ennui or boredom about the subject, and they no longer wish to discuss it because something else is more interesting, or they're just so tired of the same downer news. But you can't let it go. I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours. I'll tell you mine no matter what, because some of you are on VOD. You can't rightly come at me in real time and tell me. But go ahead and drop me some comments, because maybe I do want to hear outside of time. But first, let's hop into Enshrouded and start our show, and then I'll share my little my piece. I used to, on Discourse nights, wait like 2 hours to say what I had to say. I'm not going to wait that long. I'm not going to tease you into staying a long time. But if you want to see what everybody else says tonight, if you want to see how far we get in cultivating Fort Kelvin and Enshrouded, then stick around. Give me those YouTube watch hours. All right. Without further ado, we need to... I can't switch scenes yet because there is something critical I need to do yet, and that is I haven't updated the server since it patched recently. That's on me, you guys. That's on me. So let me do a quick thing here where I do an update. I hope this is the update correct command. I'm doing everything external to Windows in an operating system I don't know a lot about. Pop OS, which is a Linux-based operating system. It is not supported by Keen, the makers of Enshrouded, and so me running the server on this particular operating system is an experiment in how much pain do I want to inflict upon myself. But you know what? I got it updated. It is here, and it is ready to join. So, I will do so. Thank goodness I got it to work. If you are of the means and are so inclined, at the top you may notice, I'm moving my cursor to show, a donation goal for the Rodecaster Pro 2. This is an audio mix and effect board, which is not unlike one that many people used for a long time, which I'm drawing the blank as to what it was called, but it is end of life, and the company that used to make it completely fired their entire IT department. That part of the news story I remembered. Like, I can't remember the name of the company or the name of the product, but I can at least remember when somebody just completely destroys the livelihood of an entire team. And IT, of all people. Of all people, why would you destroy your entire IT team? So we are slowly building our way. Welcome, first champion Silvos. I don't know that you've had this honor, or at least not for quite some time. Congratulations, defender of us all this evening. How do we fare tonight? I'm going to be so sorry to disappoint you. I mean, you were first, so championship is upon your head, whether you like it or not. Congratulations, you are now the knight. You will wear the mystical armor and wield the blade of firsts. Or something like that. I know technically Stream Elements and Astrobun were both there first, but they can't. Their hands are tied. They're just automated. And actually, the real Astrobun has never joined my stream. I only have the bot version of her. Thank you, Sam. IW Sir Silvos. Yay. Well, well, well. And a Troa. Welcome on in. How do we fare? Hello, hello, Troa. I love when you use your new emoji. Good stuff. Okay, so brass tacks. The one thing, the biggest thing for me. I mean, they're probably, as folks share theirs, I will probably be reminded of a few others that I have in mind. But the number one news story that I haven't gotten tired of, because my eyes are still very much fixed on this issue, is honestly the issue with Ukraine. A lot of my friends and family have long since ceased to discuss it. Or if they discuss it in terms of, like, how is this still going on? I'm so, like, it's so wild that it just keeps going. Like, almost a disdain or a frustration that we're inconvenienced by a conflict that won't end sooner. And some people in my inner sphere are concerned about how much money the US would spend in helping out a place like Ukraine. To which I express some immense concern, because to me, I see a history, an established path that we have laid down in the US that involves Russia. Russia is a large, powerful nation that has nukes, and the US knows that it is powerful and knows that it has nukes, and we are very cautious about how we interact with them. There have been no direct aggressions between our two nations for a long time, except by accident. I think at one point, the US killed some Russian troops, but the reason why we did that is because Russia involved some troops in a covert mission, did not warn us where they were. Otherwise, we would have protected them from our harm. That's how tight we are with, like, the non-aggression pact, which is not a treaty. And so, as a result, when Russia decided that Chechnya ought to be brought back into the fold, and those people need to behave, we didn't do anything in aid, even though it felt like it was probably a smart thing to do. When I guess I could get rid of these things. When parts of Georgia were also under siege, namely the Abkhazia and Ossetia regions, we thought maybe it would be the right thing to do to stop Russia from jumping in and trying to protect the nationals in the north of Georgia from separating and trying to rejoin Russia, because it just seemed like a Russian plot, and one that was not for the greater good. But we didn't, because we were scared. When Russia decided that they wanted to ungift Crimea to the Ukraine, we took on the same policy. And now that they're looking at the eastern section of Ukraine, we finally decided maybe we should speak up and finally say something. So we're running really, really late into the game and barely giving little bits here and there. Mostly because everybody's post-pandemic and have a lot of fears about how our economies and government and military spending are running, so I get that. But at the same time, we have to be concerned that we've let this go for so long. Russia is just assuming that they can continue to play this game and nobody will bat an eyelash or lift a hand to help out. They're pressing us to make sure that we are going to stay our hand like we have all these other times. And the more tired and bored our citizenry gets with this issue, the more likely we are to support people that say, let's move on, let's focus on the US, let's do something else with our money, let's bother in some other conflict where it's newer and fresher and more interesting. And I feel like that's going to be our folly, because it's going to be an unchecked game of chess where one player gets to move their pieces and the other player forfeits their turn every time if we keep this up. And the worst part is there are so many other countries that are watching the conflict to see if they can use Russia as precedent. Right now, Serbia is looking to Russia and Ukraine to see if there will be what's the word I'm looking for? Sympathy if Serbia invades and kills Kosovans and takes over Kosovo again, which hasn't been free for very long. They already have troops on their south border waiting to do so. If this works out between Russia and Ukraine in Russia's favor, we have a similar conflict in Israel and Palestine that may or may not take notes from the outcome. We have an issue with Ethiopia saying that their people are starved of resources unless they get a trade route to the sea, and nobody in their neighboring nations will capitulate, so they're considering invading Eritrea. Eritrea is not led by a particularly pleasant man, so maybe people think, well, he deserves it because he's unpleasant, which Ethiopia is praying that people believe so that they can make this a justifiable invasion and seizure of land. Venezuela is hoping that the history books look in their favor when they invade their neighbor Guyana, so that they can have maritime rights to the new resources found under the ocean in their neighboring nation, because once upon a time on the colonial map, that was part of Venezuela. And of course, China would love to grab the ROC territory of Taiwan and reclaim its long-lost province under its wing. So it's not a good time for us to get bored with Ukraine. It is a good time for us to keep very sharp eyes, because plenty of other nations are keeping very sharp eyes on the conflict, hoping that it plays out one way or another. Solo says, oh yeah, because appeasement has gone so well in the past. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm currently pissing my pants in Elden Ring. Hi, Lost, our fearless leader. Do you need new pants to make it through tonight? Did you wear your yellow pants so that everything's gonna be okay? All right, so I had some resources on me, but I think I might have banked everything, which is fine. It does mean that if I want to start working on this area, this region, that we're going to need to grab some stuff from the bank. First of all, not least of which, upgrading the altar will need at least one shroud core, probably more. Let's see how many shroud cores we actually have. I just end up pissing those too. Yeah, but the thing is with yellow pants is you've already set yourself up for success. No one will know but you that your pants are both wet and smelly. Everybody else would go, yep, those are just yellow through and through. I think the notion most people have when it comes to those conflicts is more war. The history and reasons seem to leave once they see it's gotten to a fight. An armchair philosophy with no ground begins to take to the air. Very true. We do not have many shroud cores. And so I wish more people would concern themselves with the fact that when one war is currently happening and many other nations are leaning their chances of starting a war on how this one goes, that we'd be much more invested, continually invested in how this one does, how this one plays out. Okay, we're missing some shroud cores. We're gonna have to travel around and make with the shroud cores. Yes, I placed the thing. It's not necessarily in the perfect place. Chills. Did it play? Did it play? Is it playing? Is it playing? Did it do the thing? Oh, seriously. It's broken again. And for yet another time, I looked, the streamer bot version number has not changed. So I don't know why it keeps decoupling, but it really hates my bot. Let's try this again. There it goes. Y'all should hear it. I heard it. If I get the chills, you all should get the chills too. Oh, good. I like the Akumu intro. Oh, Tro, you haven't seen Akumu's intro yet? Yeah, I'm a big fan. So far, I really enjoy how everybody's personality has come out through the selection of exactly how they want to present on stream. I really do like it. Oof. What am I caught in? Oh, there's like a goo. Hi, buddy. Oh, you're who I want, actually. Not the root. The brute. We have jokes. Okay. Might as well put this so we can pop back out real fast. We'll go do the one right next to us, too. Oh, you have. Despite Twitch still saying my streak is 1, I'd open up a ticket, honestly. At this point, you've been stolen from so many times. I mean, I'll vouch for you if they need, but I'm sure they can see logs on this sort of thing. Oop, that was bad. Whoa, that was dangerous. Oh, this is one of the ones that doesn't have a shroud root, isn't it? Or not a shroud root, I'm sorry. A shroud core. Robbed. Yes, it's true. Things are dying around me just by being in my presence. It happens. Wands do not travel far enough for my sake. There they go. Alright, let's blow this popsicle stand. That is not the one I want. Maybe this one, though. Yeah, boredom is a real thing. News, people... I read in the news the other day, I think Oz might have found this news story. Somebody was just talking about how hot the UK was getting. And it was just in the like high 20s centigrade. That's like, oh, okay. I mean, that's hot. That's not like hot. It certainly wouldn't cause anybody to pass out from heat exhaustion. You know, if you weren't taking good care of yourself, maybe a heat rash, or somebody might have heat stroke if they were like particularly ill and pushing themselves too hard outside, but nothing to write home about. And everybody was just kind of making fun of it. Actually, they were making fun of Brits, which I don't think is fair, because it was only one person that decided, hey, this is actually going to be a news story. Was this another one with no shroud core? Excuse me. I'm trying to, Johnny Appleseed? That's not the right word. Oh, there is a big guy. Hey, buddy. Oh my. I'm getting hurt. How dare you? Alright. That's better. But it just shows that people have a tolerance that they reach for new information to keep coming. Or what am I saying? Like an intolerance for old information, and a push and urge to always be greeted with new stuff, so that you know, they'd never feel bored. And sure, I get that novel is always more interesting than not, but some things in our world haven't finished wrapping up. So what are we supposed to do? Just say, well, you know, send me a notification when a peace treaty is signed, or when one party completely loses and is eradicated from the earth, and then you know, I'll feel a certain way about it for a week. Maybe I'll make a social media post about my feelings, and then everybody will move on. Oh, I hit a tree. Bad stuff. I see the conflict rather unique from the rest of those cases you mentioned, mainly having to do with the provocation from NATO, an organization whose sole purpose is to antagonize and encroach upon Russia. Oh, interesting. It's a very interesting take. So if other nations are looking to that conflict as a precedent, I think they'd be a bit misguided. If you believe that, well, so right now the conflict, there are provocations from NATO against Russia, you know, even like promises that were broken, right? Where the Russians believed that, based on some choice words shared between particularly the US and Russian leadership at the time, that there wasn't going to be an encroachment that there is. But Ukraine's not a NATO nation, and Russia's excuse for taking Donbass and Crimea is not seated in a perception of what NATO will do, right? They've so far been using exclusively talking points about either policy between Ukraine and Russia being null and void, or about doing what they think ethnic Russians in East Donbass want and deserve, right? There's talk about NATO, but it's functional. It's never the impetus. Pull a Green Day and request a wake-up call everywhere. I don't think Green Day's the band to do that, unfortunately. I know they've gotten very political. You know, when they first started, they started off as a punk band with very little punk to them, except, you know, angst. But they got more and more edgy and more close to traditional roots of rebellion and whatnot. But at the same time, I think everything that Green Day has ever stood for is very sensible and is just kind of what the general public would really want from their leadership, as opposed to, I don't know. I feel like old school punk had more of a rebellious streak that was a little bit outside of mainstream culture. But I appreciate that they grew and decided to do something else with their platform. Meaning September, but that's just the song. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice if everybody stayed awake right now and didn't sleep through proverbial September. Okay, can we do this again? We can do this one more time. Good. So far, the upgrades aren't costing us having to clear the enemies around the area. That's really beneficial, actually. And three expansions should be a pretty good amount. I don't know that we'll have to do the fourth one immediately to get started on doing some of the work here tonight, but we'll eventually need to gather those other needs building area. Oh, here it is. We'll need to gather those other 9 shroud cores so that we can complete the expansion, and then find out just how close we were to having gapless construction, because I've got a feeling since we cited it exclusively, once we do the last expansion, we're going to discover that it either was adequate or not and have to make an adjustment to the flame altar to accommodate. But I don't know what kind of accommodations we'll have to make. We'll have to fully expand it, see, and then from what we see, decide whether it needs to be moved again or not. But at least for now, we've got a good amount of area we can start to work on. But I'd really like for it to be day. Hey Gray, what's going on? Riven now has a new release. Are they, did the I don't even know what the remastered version is called, but did they finish the remastered version? It looks really good. It's one of those games that I would play the remastered version of because I know the puzzles. I probably wouldn't replay a missed game if I had completely forgotten the puzzles. But for puzzles that I can remember, I would play it again. Which, you know, for me, every Mist I ever played, I played in 2024. I played this year. So the idea that I could forget a puzzle, probably not. I probably remember everything, given a little bit of time. Some I might have to like stare at for a minute and be like, oh, right. All right, I know what I'm doing. Riven was one of those, though, where I needed Oz to step in so many times to course correct my line of thought, what I was thinking and trying. Yeah. It was awful times. Oh, equip but glamour. Interesting. I don't know that this is a pair that I would want to. We could try them on. Green? I mean...
What's wrong, Doug?
Nothing, not a thing. I'm right as the mail.
I think I like the blue puffy better, to be perfectly honest. Yeah. Yeti. Welcome, my dude. Hello. It's been a long time. You've had an internet hiatus or something. What's going on? Entirely new areas. Oh. It looks like a new game. Like they changed it too much. Entirely new areas and puzzles and items. I was watching a little. Nice. Maybe it is worth playing if it's got new stuff in it. Yeti, how the hell are you? No internet. That would explain why we haven't seen you in such a long time. Hell yeah. What's going on, my dude? It'd be cool to watch Damien play that because he would quickly be able to comment on the changes and if they were good or bad. True. If anyone, you know, wants to give me some tips. Hollywood superstar Shia LaBeouf. Thank you for the lurk, Tron. Thank you, Sam. Thank you for gifting a sub to Yeti, one of our favorite streamers that's just not streaming these days.
You're my dad! Wookie, wookie, wookie!
For obvious reasons, because there's no internet. Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to do commentary on it. I feel like I've got a good critical eye. I mean, you all would know since we've been playing every single freaking Mist since the beginning of the year. I miss you so much. I miss you so much too. I'm still a bit topsy-turvy. I'm gonna lie down. Potential to return. Send cheese. Everybody, Troa needs cheese. Cheese is the one thing that makes his world right again. Daddy Oz, look who's here. It is Lord Yeti. How about that? Let's get one more gifted sub for day. We're already at so many. We're in the 50s. It's been a good month. What kind of cheese? Oh, I think he's gone. Oh, he's back. I appreciate the hustle, Yeti. All right, we need some roof. Here's some. Oh, I don't think we need tarred.
Grayroni just subscribed.
Hey, Yeti, there you go. You got your birthday wish. It's not Yeti's birthday, but we'll just pretend right now. Great, congrats. Welcome to your tier 1 sub. All emoji handcrafted by me. If you see something there that you love, please tell me which one you love by spamming it in chat. And if you don't see something that you really want, let me know. I make all of my emoji myself on Procreate on an iPad, on an old iPad. So, you know, if there's something that's missing in the greater offerings that we could be doing on channel, I'll make it happen. I will try to make it happen. We'll see what happens if I try to make it happen. That's all I can say. We're going to grab a few different types of block and just see what Kelvin kind of needs the most. We'll also grab some torches because I have a theory that we'll probably be using a few torches to light some of the area. Maybe some full braziers too. Give it a shot. Some of these other ones are a little more exotic, so maybe we'll hold off on grabbing them and trying them. Oh, except for find. I don't know why we didn't bring that one in. Yeah, we'll try these for starters and see how it goes. Legend. You're a legend. Oh my god. I didn't know you could make them so big. The Feels Good is one of my favorites. It's one I spam on other people's channels. So I've been hitting the gym every day and dieting, making life changes, and I've been feeling great about it. Yeti, I love that. I can't wait to see your gains. I feel like it's been long enough that I would notice stuff that you probably haven't noticed. You know, like you see yourself all the time, so you're probably like, ah, whatever, I'm just doing this, and we'll see one day, you know, in a year from now, like what a different Yeti looks like. But I bet you I could already see it. We'll see. In other words, pics in my DMs, please. Okay, we need to be careful of these especially, because these will explode and they will damage a lot of what we're trying to fix up here. So got to be cautious. Just what sort of block is this? Because I feel like this is probably a great place to start, is with whatever stone we're looking at here. But I need to make sure I'm building the right kind of stone. So let's see. Let's grab city wall, do you think? It looks like city wall might be a winner. Looks like this is almost certainly what it is. Let's try putting some right up against this. Oh yeah, that's seamless. That's seamless. Cool. City wall. All right. Well, let's work on some city wall. So first of all, that's broken up there. Looks like it's just an indent. So big. Thanks, Oz. The clip master Oz. Send you a picture on Discord to check out later. Thanks, bro. All right, so this just needs to be cleaned up a skosh. Can we do that with tiny blocks? Or these blocks are like all too big, aren't they? Maybe we can do it like this. Oh yeah, it's It's already looking cleaner. Maybe I need to make sure that I'm doing this right from the outside. Yeah, that looks pretty good. D had an ooh moment, I couldn't not capture it. Wow. Alright, what happens at corners for this sort of thing? Oh, here's a corner. Okay, so it's just like L-shaped. That's easy enough to produce. Just probably have to use pillar to make it happen. Yeah, some kind of like that. Oh. How do we remove this damage part then? Oh, there we go. Got it. Got it. It's like I'm learning how to be a mason. Should we remove that? Probably. I want this all to look very clean. Much better. Much better. I feel like your light is too bright. I think we adjusted it, but maybe my light doesn't have a memory, so I have to fix it every time. You're super bleached out. You're super bleached out. I like the light in his face. It makes him look like a fucking god, and rightfully so. You like it where you can't see my features? Where it's like hard to look at me? We can keep that up. Just so that, you know, just looking at me is pain. Existence is pain when I'm near. I could see a story arc where that's the case. If you have it plugged into your computer, it resets all settings when it loses power. Yes. And I don't have anything else I can plug it into. Not over on that side of the room. It wants me to call him Elmer like the glue because he's pasty as fuck. Wow. Burn. Sick burn. Okay. It's all kind of broken up here too. I also really like that Yadamaika face. It's so good. Can this just like step down, maybe? I don't want to remove the overgrowth though. It's kind of nice. I just want to very cautiously remove bits of rubble and leave the plant life. Yeah, looks like it's happening. Kind of. Some of it's getting removed. Nope. That brought it back, actually. Alright. Where? Is this the right height? This doesn't seem right. Actually, this seems fine. Because what we'll do is... Whoops. This. And then one more here. Yeah. A lot of the plant, that creeper, lives. It gets rid of most of the rubble in that area too. I also feel like you need to be bigger on your screen. Sure, make that happen. Let's do... How's this? Let me move my logo too, so it's not like right over my eye. Ah, birds right in my face. Chat needs to be a touch smaller. We can make that happen too. I've had some complaints that chat has felt too small for some people on mobile. So I can shrink it a bit, and you can let me know if you prefer it bigger or smaller, but I'll just do a touch. You're not invasive enough. Chat is too invasive. Screen brighter, chat bigger. Don't mind me just over here doing the devil's work. He's just undoing everything you're saying, Oz. I hope you know. That's Yeti's MO tonight. Be the anti-Oz. Let's bring that right up. Right up against. There we go. Turn your light down more? You can't do it in Nico. How's this? This is pretty low, but also this might be kind of, it's got its own sort of intimacy, right? It's like me across the table from you at a restaurant. Maybe some people are into that. Ugh, what a mess. What a mess this place is. So much to undo. Just so I can redo it. Whoop, that's one too far. I miss you motherfuckers. I can't wait to see you guys again. You know where to find us. Hard for us to come to you, but you know, it's always down here. I like this better. Is it romantic, robot? Do you find me to be more romantic than I was not long ago? All right, is this gonna come to the right prominence here on the corner? Looks like it will. Just like that and that and that. Yeah, looks pretty good. And then we need to put a corner piece here because that seems to be the style of the fort before it took damage. That's already looking pretty good. Honestly, just this. Oh, poop. Forgot when you have the hammer open. Like just this one wall, it's already feeling like a lot more put together. I feel like they put so much rubble visually everywhere that you just get used to it. You get this idea that this is how it's always meant to look, is full of rubble, which is a shame. We're going to make this place pretty. Now, this place is actually like wide open, isn't it? With rubble hanging out on top, it looks like. Some rubble hanging out on top. Am I too far from the wall? Oh, I am. There we go. Now it's butted up against the wall. But actually, the undercarriage of this is further in. We're not going to sit and rectify that right now because I don't know what I'm dealing with underneath here. I might be messing something up that I'll then have to course correct. I feel like I can actually see the light behind you is blue now. Oh, okay. It also the white balance is just on the camera every time I turn on the machine. So I can always toggle that off and try to get a blue, more true light behind. But it's frankly, it's just such a nuisance to do. Oh, I can get rid of this stuff, but it's like even just one swing of the hammer only takes away a little bit of it. It's kind of annoying. But you know, once it's done, it's done. So that part's pretty cool. Whoops, that's too low. And there's nothing keeping the stuff here for any reason. Romance is a dying art. Does anybody feel like they don't get enough romance in their life? I mean, if you're single, obviously you don't have to answer this question, but I'm kind of curious for the people that are well, this might be outing your partner in ways you don't want to, so maybe you don't have to answer this one, but just curious how people feel about romance these days. It's not the discourse topic. It just dawned on me to ask. Ah. All right, some of this is cleaner anyway. 118 stream streak. Who's gonna catch up to Oz? I feel danger, like I'm putting you in danger when I ask that question though, because it makes me feel like somebody's gonna step in and try to like distract or somehow disrupt your streak through illegitimate means. Be like, oh, I know how I can catch up to Oz real easily. You just have to miss one stream and your streak is catchable. I can leave some of this right up against the wall just for flavor. Some of it looks like it's floating though, so it's probably not good to leave around because it'll just look ugly floating in midair like that. Oh, whoops. One issue I became bored with is gun control. I originally was so anti-gun, but I've come to accept that it is a losing battle in this country. They've written it into the Constitution. I heard one observation that was intriguing as well. If guns were the problem, why are mass school and church shootings a relatively recent phenomenon? We had guns all along and nobody thought to do these things, which I think is a thought-provoking statement. It's very true. Certainly, if we managed to find a way to get stricter gun controls in this country, it would solve the problem with people with really bad mental health issues finding a weapon that they could do a lot with. You know, if you take a knife to a school, you'll get a lot less work done, right? So there's some truth to that, but I agree. I'm sort of a first principles thinker, and while I don't believe that I care particularly one way or the other about Second Amendment rights personally, I do feel like we are looking at the wrong problem if we think mass shooters are becoming more and more of a problem. We need to disarm them, when that's addressing, you know, the thing that mentally ill people are using to do crazy damage. We should be looking to try to fix the mental health situation in this country, and we should be pouring in my opinion, all of the anti-gun money into pro mental health, and it would solve other problems too, like having a happy, healthy populace that can contribute to the goals of the greater good, maybe, or just their own family, or literally just that one person's own unique life. I think anybody going through a mental health crisis would rather hear that we were a country here to try to help them in that crisis than to hear that we're going to try to disarm them if they try to arm up, right? What sounds like a nation that actually cares in the end. Now, I'm not saying that if we fix mental health, we don't have a guns issue. Like, we do. But let's work on the first principles first. Fact is, we do have really bad mental health support in this country. And how do we come to terms with trying to fix that? And the generations of stigma placed against that as well. You have to reset settings. I have to do that every time too. That's lame. When I get internet again, can we do a chatting stream thing together? Any day you like. Yep. Although Wednesdays are my scheduled day to do so. I used to think I hated romance. It disgusted me. Though in my current situation, I'd say I've become quite romantic with this special lady. Oh, that's very sweet. You know, there is something to be said about romance sometimes takes the right person to feel like it. I do feel like some people crave romance, but maybe they're not in the right relationship or the right space to make that happen with somebody else. Maybe it's something about the type of person that they choose, or the type of person that they expect to choose them, or whatever it happens to be. How am I doing this? Yeah, romance isn't necessarily dead. It can just be sometimes harder to find depending on what circles you travel in. This doesn't seem right, but it must be right. Must be that when you put the outer one on, it's just got... Oh, I see. Yeah, dips in. It dips in, I think. Oh, yep. That's what's happening. That's exactly what's happening. So they are the same height, but the block itself does a sneaky, creates a little flower bed up there. Yeah, I've been with people that, one, I've either felt uninspired to be romantic, or two, like they didn't want romance, which is kind of sad and weird to me. But at the same time, it's like, hey, if you just want to do others, I mean, you can't tell somebody what their love language ought to be. I anecdotally won't have a story about a friend of mine. This didn't happen to me, but he was he was younger at this time. Now he's ancient. No, I'm just kidding. He was young and inexperienced, and he was trying the art of foreplay. And after maybe only about 30 seconds to a minute of trying to have a nice, long, dedicated night of showing devotion to his partner. Like, hey, you know, I'm not trying to like skip to the end. I want to make sure all your needs are met, and I'm going to do it, you know, slow, methodically, and we'll make this like a, you know, a night just for the two of us. Take as long as you want to take it. 30 to 45 seconds in, she said, "Can you just stick it in?" I was like, "Oh, yeah, sorry." I don't know. Was that like her love language, or is that indicative of his lack of experience at foreplay? Hard to say. Hard to say. But yeah, he swiftly learned, at least with this person, or at least with his skill set at the time. Just no. Just skip to the part I like, you like, work from there. How do I... There's like rocky nastiness right there, but I don't know how to fix it. I'll try that. Just wanted to look clean there, but I was like one step too high over here. Maybe also get rid of this and replace it. It's less vines, but it's cleaner. Yeah, that one like half step right there was really bad. Me, between the kid and now his celiac, date nights were few and far between and are now basically non-existent. Bummer. Date nights at this point are drinking games. Well, hopefully this is a phase and not something that I feel like it can be hard to lean on a substance for fun and keep that up, especially as you add years to your life. It gets harder and harder, one, to cope with having that stuff in your system, and because it's easier to rebound the younger you are, and the older you get, the harder it is to rebound back from that. And two, you can start to mistake the state that you get in for the actual rapport that you have with your partner. So, caveats, yeah. This is going to be good. Some guys are not good at it, but also not all women enjoy that. Yeah, from what I knew of the circumstance, I would want to kind of give him the benefit of the doubt, but I can't be absolutely sure. I do kind of feel like it was she just really wanted to skip to the part that she preferred. And yeah, it's not always about the you know, spend X amount of hours on me. Some people feel like they got stuff to do. You know, like I want fun, and I want you know, good feelings, but I also got places to be at some point. And you like trying to turn this into a hours long affair. I'm just not in it for that much of a haul. Please. It always made me laugh a little bit to like listen to songs when I was younger that were like, I'm gonna love you until the break of dawn, or I'm gonna love you all night long, or whatever. And it's just like, that's a lot of time. Like, do you work in the morning? What's gonna happen to you when it's time to take care of responsibilities? Like, who wakes up and like clocks in after an entire night of lovemaking? Who do either of you have kids that you have to address in the morning? Do you got someplace you gotta be, or can you just sleep in until like 2 p.m.? Did you kind of ruin your day? Was there an errand? Do you just hold off until some proverbial time when you have 0 errands? How do you end up fixing up a moment in time where you can say, I'm just going to make love to you all night long? And at some point, after you start to chafe, so you grab some lube and you start to lube, like, doesn't the rubbing eventually kind of get to you? Like, it wouldn't feel like sand at first. It'd feel really good. It wouldn't feel like sand after some lube. It'd probably still feel okay. But in time, over time, there's only so many places that you can rub and touch and kiss and lick. And then it was like, okay, all right, we've been at this for 5 hours. If you say you're going to do this all night long, we still got like 4 more hours to go of this. Are you sure? Are you sure? I guess I got a spot like on the back of the knee or something that isn't raw just yet. Or, you know, we can pull out the Kama Sutra and take a look and see what positions we haven't tried. But I feel like we've kind of done everything our bodies can do at this point. But I'm open to suggestions. What do you want to do? Do you want to stop and hydrate real quick? Got some Gatorade. Since getting in my current relationship, I haven't had the desire to drink, aside from when the band plays shows. I've been a much happier person overall. I've been hitting the gym. I've been much more social in my everyday life. It's been pretty wild, honestly. It sounds like a whole new Yeti. Maybe this was something that you were missing, some sort of X factor. Not to say that you should, you know, seek out like a relationship to sort of fill in the gaps, but maybe there's something in you that has come to life or changed in some way as a result of this relationship. Hopefully something that would carry on with or without the relationship, something that's unlocked and awoken within. That'd be amazing. We have pretty long breaks in between anyhow, but until we can confidently work around the celiac with actual food, the romantic dinners will be off the table for a while. True, yeah. Since it's such a new thing, I imagine there's still a lot of... you're still kind of in an experimentation phase. And just trying to figure out, like, what works and what doesn't in your lives, right? This place is just rubble to the max. I feel like we need like a 2 block. Is there a 2 block? This one is a 4 block. This will not work. We'll just do this. Side by side. It's probably the best thing we've got. They should have a few more block types, but maybe keeping it simple is better, actually, for the user experience. Too many blocks, too much confusion. Those songs are crap. Whenever I did that all night long crap with my first wife, the UTI. Yeah, at some point you have to think of the biomechanics of what's going on there, right? Definitely. I can see UTI being a risk. All right, 1, 2. Here's 1. 1, 2. Here's 1. Looks like this one needs some breaking down. Better. This post is doing heavy lifting tonight. Getting a lot of work done for us. Good, 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 good. It's looking a lot better. Looking healthy. And there's still lots of vine work on the outside, which I enjoy the way that looks. Yeah, I think it's just like superlative talk, right? It's like romance that you feel so strongly that you say things that don't even make any sense. Like you know, I love you so much, I'm gonna buy you the moon. I was like, okay, that's kind of impractical. What am I gonna do with a moon? Do you know how much I hate the moon? Just kidding. We love the moon in this household. Alright. How do I get the right angle? I'll leave some small irks, like that little broken block right there. Because it gives an otherwise very plain wall just a little bit of decorative element to it. Not gonna lie though, I'm a sucker for songs like that. That kind of music is fun. It's usually very musically entertaining, chord or key changes and fun stuff going on with the musicality. But I laugh at some of the lyrics. You know, I laugh at a lot of lyrics, though. Sometimes I just feel like people don't really think about what it is they're writing. They're just trying to get as many people on board and hopefully kind of ignoring what they're really singing about. Like the parties that go on till like super early in the morning, too. It's like, if I've ever gone to a party to try to enjoy it, I don't know that I'm going to be at that party until like 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. At some point, I'm tired of the people that I've hung out with. Everybody has told me everything about them that I could possibly want to hear. I'm just kind of done with the vibe. At some point, I'm good. At some point, I don't want to be around you anymore. And I'm an extrovert, you know, so it's not like I get noped out with people. I could probably hang out with my favorite people for ages. But I see an Akumo has entered and died. Why are we dying already? The one that tells us that we're not allowed to die has then come into the server and done just that. Alright, this needs some major cleanup. Can we do this with the square block? We put this like down and then take it out kind of thing. Oh, oh. Does that work? It does. It does kind of work.
I don't want to hear it.
Well, then I don't want to see it. I saw exactly what I didn't want to see. A full health bar suddenly diminished.
Yeah. I miscalculated my fly.
You should always XYZ. Oh, not that kind of fly. Your flight.
Okay.
All right. I really like that the vines stay after you fix the rubble. Because I don't think we have a placeable block that makes vines. Also, I miss Vine. Were you ever an addict to Vine?
Watching or...
Yeah. I wasn't a content creator for short form stuff back then. Technically, I'm still not.
I didn't know Vine existed until after YouTube came out. So.
Oh. Wait, it was after YouTube.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Vine was relatively newer as far as video streaming goes.
I don't know. I watched one person's Vines and that's it.
Gotcha. What kind of stuff did they do?
A bunch of random stuff, honestly. Bunch of jokes.
I feel like it was a good place for comedy to shine. Because it would just happen so fast. So even if you weren't funny, people were done watching you. You could be unfunny and that was okay. Let me clean all this up. Sam, did you just tell everybody your password? Oh, I see what you said. Examine your zipper pretty darn quick. Wait, what's BGS? BGS. Examine your zipper pretty darn quick. I don't know. I haven't seen the BGS yet. Sinner, welcome back. Konnichiwa. Or should I say for my time zone, konbanwa. Oh, before the girls see. Cute. I heard my voice in my own ears.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Oh, this is just a mess. Mess of rubble. I have to fix this whole staircase. It's gross.
I have to fix my door's positioning. It's gonna drive me up a wall if I don't.
Mm-hmm. You're in Just Chatting, by the way. Yes, tonight is a Just Chatting stream. We do happen to be fixing some things in Enshrouded, but tonight's topic is news that people are now bored of, but you're still concerned about because you feel that it is more important than just forgetting and moving on like people seem to want to. Hopefully I'm not the millionth person to point it out and that it's actually intentional. Yes, Wednesdays are always just chatting. Sometimes we'll have a game going on in the background, but its focus is always the topic at hand. Ugh. Every block I break, it's like more rubble is hiding. Which rubble is that one in? Oh, it's already much better. Can see the stairs. Significantly better. Ugh, there's a whole mess going up that way. Indeed, konbanwa. Minasan o genki desu ka? Man, if I put up a what's the word I'm looking for? Channel point redemption to make me speak in Japanese, I'd be in so much trouble. It's a good thing I didn't do that. I do have one up for Mandarin though. That's currently the language I can muster at the drop of a hat if I need to. There's no missing blocks there. And I'm pretty pleased. For now, I think Mandarin speaking D is probably the most functional of all the languages I've studied, next to Spanish. So a lot of my family speak Spanish as a first or second language through my grandparents' marriage, remarriage, grandfather remarried. It's not something in my bloodline. But so taking Spanish in school was one of the best things I could do to unlock more family. Like, oh my gosh, you finally speak Spanish. Now we can talk to you all the time. It was something we were going to teach the girls until we realized how easy it would be for them to learn Spanish in school. Especially in the US, Spanish is taught in like almost every single junior high and high school, in almost every single state. So it wouldn't be hard for them to pick up later. Mandarin would be. Genki desu. I could type in Japanese if it helps. I can at least read what you type, but you might actually stump me, or my brain might not translate what you say. Might have to pull out Google Translate. I spoke Japanese as a very prominent tertiary language at one phase in my life, where almost everybody associated with me spoke it as a first or second language. I had an entire world built around that language outside of my family, where Spanish was still maintained. And over the course of the years, I'm only loosely connected to a couple of Japanese speakers. So I'm losing those words. I'm losing that skill set over time. It's kind of sad, but I don't know what I would do to try to change the flow of my life. You know, do I force my friendships back into my life again? Do I push people to interact with me that are busy or doing other things? Or do I focus on Chinese because that's what the girls exclusively speak to me in? I'm woefully inadequate at conversation. That just takes practice. I have some great app recommendations if you're curious. See, once you start typing in Japanese, that's where it gets a lot harder. First of all, the font is a lot smaller on my screen for some reason. But I see ima wa something 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 are all a little bit small. Ga aru. I'm also wearing different contacts that make my eyes a little bit harder to read, especially kanji. It's been shown. Oh. Boku wa shigoto. The computer filled in the kanji for me. I know those words in hiragana. Gotcha. Yeah. It's for me it's getting harder and harder to read kanji in Japanese, because my mind is starting to default those characters to their Chinese pronunciation. So you're saying right now you are working? Right now you have work? I appreciate anybody who is trying to watch me stream and working at the same time. Just don't get yourself fired on my behalf. Aside from Boku, that little guy is easy for me to remember because he looks like a little stick dude, and it's a pronoun. True. I think I remember the first time I ever took a Japanese or a Chinese class that the character in Chinese for first person, the self, is designed after a halberd. Correct me if I'm wrong, fact check me on that, but I think that's what I remember my professor saying, is that it is a supposed to be a halberd wielding person. I was like, that seems awfully violent. What if I'm not a knight serving at China's behest to fight as a soldier for their people? Oh, it's already looking a lot better. The crenellations move pretty fast. I can put this stuff together a lot faster than some of the other parts, so it's a good thing to work on primarily or initially, and then start working on some of the other terraforming, especially the tower stuff is kind of annoying, but everything in time. What I mean is, I started a new job today. Oh, atarashi no shigoto. Officially hired. Congratulations. May I ask what you've just started? Actually, I shouldn't have added the no, should I? Should I have? That's my Chinese coming out. That's me Mandarinizing my Japanese. Though I'm learning the kanji, the author of the book doesn't even teach you how to read them for the entire first volume. He says I should learn Japanese like a Chinese person would, who already knows the logographic meaning of the alphabet. Interesting. So you're learning the... I'm not sure I understand what you're learning. Because a Chinese person would read those characters. Well, I'll say, first of all, if you're talking Taiwanese, they'd read those characters and know the meaning, but have a different pronunciation in mind. And then just have to learn every kanji has an on and kun reading. If I didn't get them mixed up, the on reading is like the Japanese version of the Chinese pronunciation, and the kun reading is the Japanese pronunciation. And a Taiwanese person would look at a Japanese character, Japanese kanji, and know something close to the on reading, but then they'd have to try to transliterate it in their head. Like, okay, if this is shin, then maybe in Japanese it is like, I guess shin could be shin. Yeah, shin. Shin would be sheen. It'd be close. Be close pronunciation. But some would be weird. But then the kun readings would be like just something completely brand new entirely. And then the mainlander from China would have a lot harder of a time because they probably wouldn't have learned traditional characters at all. They might be able to guess some of them, but not all of them. So there's definitely some traditional characters that make sense to the simplified eyeball, and some that do not. Me, who has now supplanted most of my kanji knowledge with simplified character knowledge, it gets harder and harder each year for me to read kanji, especially if it's a character that's like generally not even used in China anymore. So, as in, I'm learning the first 2,200 characters or so in meaning only. Okay, interesting, interesting. Get this to... That's better. Still some rubble in there. Then the second volume of the training is when I learned the reading, and I'm still confused about the difference between onyomi and kunyomi. Yeah, again, so like, what's a succinct way to describe it? For a lot of words, for a vast amount of words, when Chinese lexicography was sort of brought into Japan, the word already existed in Japanese, right? So let's find a word, shall we? Who's got a great example on the internet? Super, super fast. Japanese Pod 101. That sounds like... Oh, it's like a whole podcast thing, though. Oh, you know, we could just use, like, atarashi, right? That's a good one. Because when China came over and said, you know, here's our character for the word new, Japan was like, well, we already have a character for the word, or we don't have a character. They had, you know, alphabet, but they already had a word, new. So they saw the Chinese character and they're like, okay, so that's how you write new, but we've already got our word new. But it turned out that it was advantageous for them to also use the Chinese pronunciation for new in words that became like compound words, words that would ultimately have like a built structure, like they like the whole word, compound word, was taken from China, from Chinese, and in some cases especially made the word flow a lot better into a bigger word, a more complex word. And new is a great example. New in English is a very short word, syllable wise, but in Japanese it's kind of long, right? Atarashi. It's a 5-syllable word, so it takes a lot to say. And if you're trying to say like newspaper, it would take a long time to say the word new in there. So they use the Chinese word new, which is xin, but they don't have the sound that in Chinese would be spelled with an X in pinyin, which is like it's like an SH, but it's up at the front of the teeth. But they've got something pretty close. The SH sound in Romaji. SHIN is how they spell that. They just took xin and turned it into xin. And you get words like shinbun as opposed to atarashibun. Now, what the rule set is on using on versus kun, I don't know. It's probably ancient, and it's probably not a real set of rules. It's probably as confusing as most other old languages are, as far as how you choose what, when, and why. I understand that one is the Japanese transliteration of the Chinese word that comes from the character, and one is the fully Japanese word. Yeah, you got it. Oh, can we get rid of some of this rubble? It's making the stairs look dangerous. I guess I'm confused as to why I should be so concerned with that. How knowing the difference helps me speak and understand better. It wouldn't help you speak better. So learning On and Kun readings is definitely a literary practice. I would argue that if all you're trying to do is speak the language, then it is wasteful to spend significant portions of time learning like on versus kun. Ultimately wasteful of time. God, why is this so messy? The rubble is like, the rubble game is real. That's better. I'm missing one up there now. Much better. There's still a little bit of rubble in there, but it's like hiding inside the vines. I'm not too concerned about trying to clean it up. It's pretty good. That's really weird considering that new and news might be homonyms. But with a logographic writing system, I find it weird that it would matter. Yeah, and with logographic, you know, the word new uses the same character as news. But they don't pronounce the same. Speak and read. I'm planning to move there. I'd start with the speak. Let's start with the speak. Reading is going to be something that it takes so much more time than the speaking that it just doesn't make sense to start with it. And the returns aren't strong either. Do you know about the 80-20 principle? The idea that 80% of your time should be spent on the... Wait, what is it? How does the 80-20 principle go? I'm definitely messing this up anecdotally. 80-20. If I can type 80-20 principle. Book by Richard Koch, or whatever. Pareto. 80% of the consequences come from 20% of causes. So you focus on the 20% that's the most impactful, and that should do 80% of your work for you. In the case of between learning how to read Japanese, the hiragana, katakana, and kanji systems, and all of their nuances, and the pronunciation differences between onyomi and kunyomi, that's not going to give you nearly the greater effect. That's going to be the 20% yield from the 80% work. The 20% work that you can do is focus on speaking, and that will give you the 80% result. That's the Pareto principle. I don't think that's a coach thing. Yeah, Vilfredo Pareto was the first guy who did it. 1906 book. Got a couple years at least, and like, don't forget writing. I would forget writing. I'd put writing even further behind than reading in almost every language, actually. Yeah. Unless the job that you are like grabbing is you're going to be a clerk or a letterist for a comic or something involving actually like putting pen to paper. For any given language, I'd focus on speaking first, speaking with other people who are not afraid to correct you, and you're not afraid to be corrected. And gosh, this looks so good already. It's coming together so nicely, so fast, actually. Even with little bits of rubble that I'm kind of leaving for effect, it's still looking so good already. Yeah, focus on speaking with other people if you can leverage them. And a distant second would be the reading portion. And then, at the point of where you're looking to also be able to write in it, that's got to be like your last interest. You're just doing it because you just love the language so much that you just really want to show it honor and love. But to show it honor and love, learn how to speak it first. Looks like part of the brick is broken on that house. I kind of want to fix that. I think I have brick on me. I don't know, I've never tried to earnestly learn another language before. I've been at this for just a bit over a year. You picked one of the hardest languages for an English. I'm assuming you said you haven't tried to learn another language, that you're an English predominant speaker. You picked one of the hardest languages for an English as a primary language speaker to learn. So that's exciting. But, oh crap. City wall block, I think, was the one that we were working with. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. It just means it takes more love than some of the others. It doesn't seem like it came together right. I guess it must have. There's probably other damage and stuff that made it look... Oh, maybe it's not the same brick. It looks different. I will not tear down more of this shack, because yeah, they're using a brick or building block that we don't have. Well, one corner looks a little funny, but I wouldn't call it glaringly bad. It's just not the right brick. We don't have that brick. Yeah, but because it's your first, and because it's one of the hardest ones for English speakers to grasp, I'd focus on almost exclusively the speaking. I've got a couple great app recommendations for you if you don't already have like a full plate on how to do this. Hopefully I'll be a business owner when I get there. That's exciting. My goal is mostly integration. I have a very keen sense that once I get there, I'm not going to leave. So I'm targeting both fluency and literacy. I know it's going to be a long game. It's exciting stuff. That's really fun. I would say I've only been to Japan once, but I was entranced. If it wasn't so freaking expensive to live in most of the places I would want to live over there, I would consider it. And also if I could rope in a significant portion of my family to go there with me, because we're family-centric beings, so that's an important part of the mental calculus that we always have to keep in mind. But really cool. I hope that your endeavors turn out to be as fruitful as you're hoping that they will. Did you guys ever see the Chris Farley SNL skit where he plays an American tourist in Japan who got roped into a game show there, and the consequences of losing are pretty horrific? That sounds like every Japanese game show. Oh, this is missing like another little wall over here, isn't it? Just a little something something. That sounds funny. Rip Chris Farley. Wasn't he one of those people that died of a speedball overdose? I feel like there's a huge laundry list of people that applies to, specifically speedballs. I looked it up in a Wikipedia entry once, and I was like, oh, holy crap. Chris Farley or not, I think that's sound advice. Akuma, what are you working on?
Putting my hobbit hole back together.
Excellent.
And it is almost done, minus this one strip that I don't want to, that I can't build due to the yellow line.
Oh. Oh no. I guess we have to consider putting together the remaining missing shroud cores sooner than later.
I'm in no rush.
All right. Let's see. Maybe I want that. That actually looks pretty nice this way. What do you think of this like diagonal stair this way, as opposed to building the wall over so that you have to do like a bigger zigzag around? I have to clear up some of this debris though. This block is ugly. Yeah, something like that. Does this look good, or should I extend this wall all the way down to the edge of the stair?
I say leave it.
I kind of like being able to come up and do a sharper turn right here, as opposed to having to come up and go down the length of a wall, turn around. Yes, I can always place the
usually
wall.
jump over walls.
If I did that, it feels kind of more restricting. I don't know. It kind of looks nice though. It does make the wall look more wall-like.
I would
Yeah.
definitely get the opinion of the others.
Maybe I'd just jump over the wall. I'll leave the wall there for now, and if people hate this wall, they can tear it down. Welcome, Kit. Let's see. Let's catch up a chat. It's interesting. Usually when I share my hopes and plans, people do everything they can to discourage me. Wait, why? Why would people discourage you from trying to go to another country and starting a business and living a life? And those are things that most people would like dream of. Like, oh, that sounds really cool. Like, I wish you the best. Big success. Why would you say anything less than that? The only people who've been positive and excited for me are either people who have actually been to Japan, but who aren't jaded former English teachers. Yeah, the ESL program can be a little taxing just because it's kind of like a burn and turn sort of situation there. I think there's a lot of people involved in that particular program. And so you can kind of feel more like a number and like you're not uniquely encouraged for your gifts. Or Japanese people themselves. Depends on the Japanese person. I mean, I think I've met people in Japan that were very excited that I was there, mostly because I learned the language and some of the culture, so I wasn't like tourist per se. But if they feel like you're just gonna come over there but not respect where you are, then they might dislike that, as most people tend to in their own countries as well. You only get one life, brother? True. My mom lived in Japan for 2 years in the early 70s when she was in the Navy. What was it in the early 70s? Did you ever gather her impression on what it was like living there? I think there's a very strong white savior contingent of people that think anybody who want to live in Japan are incapable of research and probably an insufferable weeb out of touch with reality. I mean, demographically, I can forgive to a certain degree the person that's like, oh no, like not another weeb who like romanticizes our culture and wants to be here just for the like pedestaling and an over idealized version of what they think they're moving to. I get that. And I get that there are a lot of people like that. When I was taking Japanese classes, I met people like that who would ask me questions in class like, so what anime do you like to watch? And I was like, I don't really watch anime. I'm here to, learn a language and a culture because I'm interested in that. I had a friend in high school who was Japanese American that started me on the journey of being interested in learning more. But I just had an interest. Honestly, it's not just Japan. I just have an interest in cultures. If I had a friend from every country, I'd probably be interested in every country's culture through that friend. I'm already, like, anybody I meet, if they speak another language, I want to learn stuff from them. Or if they're from another culture, I want to learn stuff about their world paradigm. It's just a curious person. But demographics shouldn't be the end of the story, right? Because you can meet 100 people who are all boring and all have the same sort of idea of Japan as a pedestaled culture in their eyes, and they just they are just weebs. And then you'll meet one person who isn't, and you can't pattern match. Nobody, just because they're white, is any particular way, so you'll just have to shock and awe them. I keep telling people I'm a 40-year-old divorcee, not a 20-year-old alt on the jet program. True. She liked it. The barracks were too full because you knew it was during Vietnam. Oh, yeah. So she had to live in an apartment in the village. Interesting. All right. I feel like that's very much like boots to the ground vibe of what it would be really like to live in Japan, though. She really enjoyed it. Shipped home a ton of stuff. Some of it no longer legal, like ivory. Yeah. I mean, anybody who keeps around keepsakes from older generations, you're bound to have some stuff that's that eventually becomes, what's the word I'm looking for? Not contraband, but just no longer legal to produce, I guess. I've got a few of those things in the household from elders in my family as well. My karate sensei is Okinawan. He's been living in Canada for 50 years. Oh, okay. When I told him, he was genuinely excited and told me it was a great plan. Cool. I've never been that far south. I've always been curious how different like the tiny island culture is compared to more of the mainland. When I was in Japan, I traveled as far west as Nagoya. And my travels took me all the way north to Sapporo. I know not everybody has been that far north. In fact, once we went north past Tokyo on the high-speed rails, we definitely met people who I was like their first white person they'd ever seen in person. Which is, you know, interesting. I didn't feel like anybody treated me negatively for that experience. It was just, you know, culturally, they didn't have a reason to see many white people. Not many white people went that far north because usually they just hover around tourist attractions and whatnot. They're not really interested in seeing like the greater culture, but it was a big goal of mine and the person I was traveling with at the time to see both Sapporo and Hakodate were big stops for us. Important places for us to go. Just see what it was, what the culture was like, what it was like to be in the area. I probably could have lived in Hakodate. I really, really loved just the culture and the vibe there. It was amazing, honestly, and such a different vibe than everywhere on the main island. Of course, somebody who has gone through a diaspora themselves might understand a bit better. True. Absolutely true. She scored some very nice priced bone china. A very large set for like 20 people. Wow. We have some interesting books. Bookends of little dragon dogs or elephants, and geisha dolls. She learned to cook Japanese food from her landlord. Ah, nice. And went to a tea ceremony with them. That's awesome. I'm of lumberjack stock, Canadian yo. I'd rather wrestle bears in the snow than greet the huntsman spider next to my coffee maker in the morning. I don't want to greet a huntsman spider anywhere. So the
spider over a snake.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we have both of them in Georgia. So eventually, you just have to know what you're doing around them. Do this. This seems adequate. And right. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe this. Oh, that looks bad too. Maybe it is supposed to be more like this. That way these actually look like pedestals and don't open up. Really anywhere in Hokkaido would be great, or northern Honshu. I'll say this about Hakodate though. If you don't like spiders, fuck, that place has a lot of spiders. Yeah. I went on a hike to Mount Hakodate, and the whole trail I had to take I had to find the longest stick I could find and was just waving it up and down in front of my face to break every spider web that crossed along the trail because it was so ridden with spiders. No snakes, though. As far as I know, there aren't any snakes on the northern island. They also have really, really huge hornets. Like, God, what would that be? Maybe 4 centimeters, 5 centimeters big. Like huge, absolutely huge. Scary. I've never been, I don't know if hornets hurt. They just look like they would hurt. So I was not about it.
If they're like wasps, they'll sting you over and over and over again once they get a hold of you.
That's what I did not want to find out. I've never been repeatedly stung by an insect, and I don't want to know. I don't want to know anything about the experience. I'll watch YouTube videos where guys get deliberately stung, and that'll be, you know, all I need. All the
That's
exposure.
A jackass thing, man.
There's some people that try to do like a whole Jack Hanna nature show sort of thing, except I feel like their whole premise is watch me like sweat and cry on camera while I suffer from a bullet ant sting or whatever. I feel like it's a replacement for actually having an interesting personality. All right. Hakodate is one of the few places in Japan that is multicultural by default. That might have been one of the reasons why I vibed there. I met a lot of other people from other countries there. Not as much as like you would in Tokyo, but still, I was maybe a little bit surprised. I got to speak Spanish to some Spaniards and just saw a bunch of other, yeah, not necessarily touristy sort of people, but people who were definitely there to see something off the beaten path, which I appreciated. Like Nagasaki, big port city, actually opened to trade during all the xenophobic years. Oh, I didn't know that. That's really cool. On the less fun side of things, they had an incoming plane of suspected plague patients. So she had to be vaccinated for that. Then the plane was diverted. Well, whoops. Lots of soldiers coming through in really bad shape and just everyone beyond stressed. I mean, the Vietnam times, hella stressful. Can't imagine having to serve during that era. Hornets are assholes. I'll take your word. I hope to never learn firsthand.
We had hornets or wasps when I lived in Ohio. We had some deli meat out because we were eating lunch. And one just came up, landed on a piece of meat that was left out, and was literally cutting shapes out of it.
Whoa. Just like the mandibles, I guess, were just like eating that. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty scary.
I'm pretty sure the hive was like literally chilling on our house too.
No, thank you.
I know, right?
And yet there are people who like exterminate those for a living.
They can have that job. I don't want it.
There are some jobs I just can't imagine that people actually do. That's one of them. Just dealing with live, stinging, creepy crawlies. This place is going to definitely need some decoration, because once all of the rubble is cleaned up, it's going to look like too clean and just like stonework everywhere. I need to put up some like plants and flower beds and banners and stuff. Otherwise, because I feel like the rubble is like part of its decor. You take that away and it's going to look a little sanitized and samey everywhere. So I have to do something to mix things up somehow. That's why the
okay. You clean first and then you decorate.
Yeah. I'm just, thinking down the line how it's all gonna look. Oh, this is probably the top right there. That's why the architecture in Hakodate is so Western looking. Lots of Spanish and Portuguese influence. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, for all of my time there, I'm not like a big history buff. Or maybe what I should rather say is I got into history very late in life. And so there's a lot of historical things of just world cultures in general. Not just other countries, but even our own, that I don't know a whole lot about, but I'm always interested in learning. Well, I shouldn't say always. I am newly interested in learning. Spent most of my life wildly disinterested in anything that had to do with history or social studies. I thought there was no point to learning it at all. I still feel like I'm not sure why I'm interested in learning it, except just to say that I can. To say that I did learn it. But at least now there's like an internal interest. Still looks kind of funny. But I guess it's not broken. Ironically, I want to move there primarily because of the cost of living, despite what you said. But then again, I don't intend on living in Tokyo or Osaka. Maybe I don't know about their cost of living right now. Is it significantly better than where you currently live? Part of the reason we moved to where we did is because we could afford to stay where we started our family, but we would have raised our kids poor and with very few opportunities. And we were both raised on the poor side, very few opportunities, Oz and me. So we thought, well, maybe if we sucked it up and made a little change, or big change, transcontinental move, we could do more for our kids than barely squeaking by. Stuart Mullen in the house. How am I doing today? Today was a pretty good day. Today was sushi on discount day, so we got our discount sushi on. I've been working a lot. Not making more money, just working a lot. How's everything with you? So Japan's going through this big population crisis, right? All the financial centers are where the young people are moving. Get your big salary job in Tokyo, right? Brain drain. So there are a lot of smaller municipalities, I suppose, that have some sort of incentive pricing so that people will want to and can move and be able to afford to start a life there and contribute to a society that would otherwise be missing out on its talent moving away. It just costs too much to live in the big city life and have a ton of kids. And also the older generation is passing on in the countryside, and the younger people don't want to live in their childhood home, which I understand. I wouldn't want to twist anybody's arm to make them live there, but the same time, it's kind of a sad trend, right? Pay taxes on a house they never intend to live in. Yeah. I've been doing well printing out a Johnny Silverhands statue right now. All right. Did you play Cyberpunk? I played it on stream. I actually played 2 different characters in Cyberpunk on stream. I really liked it. I would stream it more if it didn't kill my numbers to stream. It's one of those things where maybe when I'm like a big time streamer and you all just come and hang out with me just because I'm me and I'm able to pay the rent doing this, then I'll play passion project games like that. But for now, I have to be a little bit cautious about what we choose to stream. Oh man, some of this is just in real ruins. Like, where do I even start with some of these? There are incentives, but even without them, it's the market. Real estate over there depreciates like cars do over here. Wow. Interesting, interesting. Ooh, this is just a whole bunch of rubble. I played a good portion of it, but it was early on when it was still super glitchy, so I never finished it. Oh yeah, I came back. I never finished it in the 1 point or 1 point whatever times, but I came back when they did the 2.0 patch, and I played through the content then, and honestly, it was so good. It was definitely the game that it should have been when it was first released. I really appreciated it. But Twitch didn't. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Open one up here. We'll do the same type of window. Side by side. Yeah, it looks pretty good. There's some rubble inside, but we'll get to fixing that eventually. I actually pay $3 a month for this aggregate real estate site that displays listings in English, so it's helpful, and I could buy a 6-bedroom traditional house that used to be somebody's farm for like 30 to 50k cash. We should have moved to Japan. I'm telling Oz, we're gonna pick up and do another move. Just kidding. And there are no restrictions on foreign real estate ownership over there. Oh. It's just the visa situation you have to work out, and simply owning a house isn't a good enough reason to have a visa. Right. Been doing the DLC for Elden Ring, just beat the guy in all the promotional art. I haven't seen the promotional art for the game, so I'm not sure. You're not the only one playing Elden Ring tonight, though, too. Lost, are you still lurking on us? How's your Elden Ring going? Are you crying?
Wow, that's the question you decided to ask.
I mean, the last thing he said, or he introduced himself to the stream with like a, hey, I'm getting my ass kicked over and over by the same guy in Elden Ring. I was like, oh.
That's a Dark Souls tradition, get over it.
Yeah. I have yet to play. I mean, well, I guess I played one Souls-like. Stuart gifted a game in that vein, but it was a side scroller, so it was kind of like different.
I found a forest beet.
Beat?
Yeah.
Delicious.
I went looking for strawberries and found 2 of them.
Hmm. Sounds good.
Yeah, and a fiance ain't even started his DLC. He decided he wanted to start over and play a different build.
What was his first build?
Melee.
Oh, okay.
Now he's playing Spellcaster.
Nice. The yen is currently in free fall. It keeps dropping in value, so you can live there and be paid in foreign currency. That's ace. Interesting. So, like, if you're a content creator, you're saying? Japanese government's pretty protectionist, so they keep refusing to push the interest rates to drive inflation. So, if you live in Japan and shop in Japan, inflation just isn't a problem. It's pretty nice. Yeah, not gonna lie, it sounds like you've got a good business plan down. Like good business sense too. Not just you thought about this and decided it's what you want to do and now you're hoping things line up a certain way, but like sounds like a greater plan that you've been working at for some time, if I'm not mistaken. Right there. Oh, it's completely the wrong block. What the heck? How did I get off of?
That's a lot of blocks.
City wall. If you want a steak dinner at the concourse in Haneda Airport, be prepared to pay out the nose. I don't need to live in Japan and eat steak. You're gonna live in a pescatarian society. Why not be pescatarian? I mean, I say that I'm a pescatarian, so you know, it would be no sacrifice for me. It's all come together. Still a little rebel. I might go back and clean that up. It's a good racket they've got. Sounds like it. Would you ever be interested in playing Elden Ring? Maybe. I'd say maybe if I did the number crunching and it looked like it was going to be good for stream. Does that make sense? I know it's boring to say like, oh, I'll do things if they make business sense, but we're definitely in a situation with building the brand where the choices that I make on what to stream, when, how, and all that sort of thing really boil down to what is going to get Oz in her career as fast as we can. And that means building at least my content brand as fast as we can to make up the other half of the income that we lose if we swap who's the main breadwinner. Which is the unfortunate part of her working, is that she picked a career path that we both care very much about, and it doesn't pay as much as we both feel it should. But we can't negotiate her pay to make up the rest of what we need for our household to run, to raise kids on. It is something with co-op. I do like playing co-op stuff. You know me. I do not like playing single player games online too much. Although my numbers are definitely better playing single player games. Don't know why that is. Maybe y'all just don't like to hear other people talk. Except Akuma, because she's a star. in her own right.
Aww. Because I'm soft-spoken.
It definitely suits my brand. I have trouble sharing a Discord space with people who are like, I'm just going to toss the word out, attention whores. People who are loud about everything that happens to them. Especially if they like scream in a game when they die or get attacked or whatever.
Yeah, the most you'll hear me if I die is fuck.
Yeah.
How many instruments are there right now?
I have 4. I don't know if 4 is the max. 4 is just all I know.
Okay. Must take notes.
Take notes.
Yep. That way I can gather
Music,
everything I can.
music notes.
Yeah, sure.
This pile of rubble is not going away. Wow, it's just a complete mess down there. Like I said, I'm 40, not 20. I've already been fleeced in the divorce. It's time for a change. Sorry to hear. I too am a divorcee. Although I didn't get fleeced, I managed to pull the trigger before too much of our lives were intertwined in awful ways. But I don't wish it upon anybody. I didn't even wish it upon my spouse at the time, but things had to be done. Okay, let's squish through here. Oh, I can. Neat. I think they like fried chicken too much to be all that pescatarian anymore. It's no longer strictly a Buddhist samurai country anymore. I know. Yeah, when I visited there, you could already see like a generational gap in height and just like overall body build because of dietary changes. You know, access to different types of protein and all that kind of stuff. You could see it in the younger people for sure. You don't just generationally like gain that many inches without something drastic changing culturally with the way people build their bodies, you know. Divorce is the worst. Yes, I agree.
Fiance would also agree.
He's also treaded that ground.
Yep. And he divorced her because she refused to spend time with him.
I mean, it's kind of a good reason. If you've married somebody on completely different grounds and one person was like, what, you wanted to be with me, like, temporally in time? That's not something wives do. That'd probably be a deal breaker for me.
Could also be what he wanted to watch with her, and she didn't even want to sit down and give it a chance. So, yeah.
Well, her loss.
Yep.
I try hard to be peaceful, but if it is a horrible game, you'll definitely hear me. See, but you're a streamer. Or you were at some point. You still do streaming? To some degree, I think that's a good draw. The streaming world needs performers. I'm here because of my brain, so if you're here, you're also here because of my brain. My take on things. But some people can get through a career of streaming by being, you know, reactionary and have big emotions. It's a big draw. Family Mart. Famitiki? What is that? I'm trying to plan a flower garden because my youngest is very much a baby plant witch. I love that. Landscapers have my respect. This is not easy. Green witchery is definitely not my forte, but I respect anybody who can do it. My kids have both developed some interest in that discipline, and Oz knows some things. The good news for us is we live near the closest thing to a green witch you could possibly ask for. There's a lady who's a retiree just around the corner from us who used to work for the like Atlanta Botanical Society or something like that. So her knowledge on raising young green lives is vast and impressive. I feel like this is just a huge mess. It's hard to get this cursor exactly where you want it to delete rubble. Sometimes it sees it, and sometimes it's like you have to do weird things with the angle to make it work. To make it see what you're trying to remove. And it's all one piece at a time. Some rubble disappears on its own, some has to be like this like slow clean process. It's all like voxel bits. Building an entire generation. Oh, Famitiki's building an entire generation. Yeah. Could be it. Different types of protein definitely create a different type of human. That's for sure. I need to stream again. I took a break. If you need any onboarding assistance, we aim to serve. Oz and I are big helpful people. That's what we like to do.
The Alchemist just made me super happy.
Oh?
I can make stacks of books.
Hey, nice. That's one of my favorite.
I have to extend my house again.
It's one of my favorite decor options. I had to build a library in my mansion just for such a thing.
I'm gonna have to do it too. Live out my bookworm days where I can't IRL.
Mm-hmm. I don't need a window, I need a door. Yeah, right there. Convenience store fried chicken. Apparently it's very good. I haven't had chicken in a long time. I don't think I would like it anymore.
Just made Parmesan crusted chicken today.
I like Parmesan.
It's completely gluten free too.
Oh, nice. Sounds like you're well on way learning the craft.
Not really. I just got lucky with what I had.
I see. Okay, this is kind of working. Oh, this is all just like solid blocks underneath this. Interesting. I was a little bit afraid I was gonna, break into something, and I did. That's okay. We'll just build floor right back over it again. Probably at this height, so it doesn't screw up the ceiling of that lower area. I'm somewhat surprised I haven't killed any plants yet. Better knock on some wood there, or whatever the
wood real hard.
plant alternative to knock on wood is.
Like, I'm struggling to get pumpkins to actually produce pumpkins at the moment.
I thought pumpkins were pretty much a set it and forget it sort of plant too.
They are, but with the excessive heat,
Oh, sure.
I've had to water them daily for the most part. And, look nice. And, I may have also put them out too soon. I started them inside and then moved them outside because I thought, well, they're doing great inside. They should be fine.
Oh, I see.
Then that big heat wave showed up.
Yeah. It's been hot. A lot of the stuff is in our yard. I don't know that it's dead, but it doesn't look happy. Looks like it could use love. Thought there was a missing block there, but I guess there isn't. Alright. That's better. Certainly better. Actually, it might be done. I just need some stairs or something there. Before this, there was only one thing I knew I could grow. It's a sedum called Autumn Joy. I've grown 3, and they all got over 3 by 3 feet. Nice. I'll let you know about the onboarding when I open it all up. Sounds good. I grew up on a vegetable market farm. Ooh, good stuff. You probably grew up with a really healthy outlook on diet too, then. I miss having a garden. I wonder about having a garden here. I think that we would need 2 things. 1, different soil than just our backyard. And 2, a complete cage system, which sounds expensive. Because we have so many critters here, especially deer, that I think would just come in and be, hey, thanks for spending so much food on like a private meal for us. And then they just completely eat everything. Destroy the whole effort. I rely on an app, keeps track of all my plants, stats, and locations. Actually, that's really big brain. That's very smart. I think that's probably the only way a lot of us could get a lot of things done is just concede to the fact that sometimes having an applet experience is what you're gonna have to do to make sure things don't die. Tells me who needs water, fertilizer, repotting, etc. That's a very smart idea. Honestly, I think it worked against me when I left and lived on my own. Went from eating fresh veggies to crap from a box. Do you feel like it spoiled you so much that you don't eat vegetables as much as you should because you have like a standard that's not being met? That would be kind of like an awful side, like maybe the worst side effect I could think of is like your body appreciates vegetables, but it won't settle for lower quality. And so therefore, if you're not getting good vegetables, then you're just not having vegetables. Most people don't have vegetables because they just like fuck off with the taste. They're just not down for the flavor profile of it, which is a shame because that's a really hard thing to learn, especially later in life. If your parents didn't impress on you the importance of veggies, then you have to do real uphill lifting later in life to try to make it even reasonable to eat. That was one thing that I appreciated about our distinct level of poverty that I grew up in. I'll bring it up in another conversation again, like I always seem to. is that a lot of the time all we could afford were cheap veggies and a lot of other like processed out of the box food. So I can't say, you know, we live like kings.
Rushdell just subscribed.
Rush, how'd you sneak in here? Everybody say belated happy birthday to Rushdell, please. If he's here. Well, even if he's not, go ahead and say it. Our snack god recently turned 21. No, I'm just kidding. He's older than that. I don't know how old he is, and I don't think we're allowed to say on stream, because it's one of my rules not to tell people's ages. That's not right. But he did just turn the ripe old age of XDX. Uh-oh. This does not line up. We have one pillar that's offset from the others. We're gonna have to make do with it somewhere. Well, thank you, Anon, whoever you are, for gifting the gift of a sub to Rushdell, our snack god. Also been a family of... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Did Rushy show up in stream?
I didn't see him show up in stream. I just saw a sub tossed his way from an anonymous gifter.
And a happy birthday wish to the Rushy.
Yeah. His birthday was just a couple days ago.
Oh, I feel bad. I didn't know.
I sneakily try to keep track of everybody's birthdays, even for people that get mad when I wish them happy birthday. I still do it. He's one of those people. Senator says, also been a family of hunters for a long time. Most of our protein is stuff we harvest ourselves. I think that's better on a lot of fronts for us and for the environment, all that. 100%. I think most people would agree. Just especially the way farming as an industry evolved when it comes to animals. I think being able to say that you're able to feed your own family without that system is good. It's a good thing. In a way, yes. I just try to buy fresh stuff like those little mini carrots. Ugh, just buy like normal carrots. I think that's a specific demographic of people that just don't like the way normal carrots are, but baby carrots like somehow sneak around their senses. Again, not everybody was raised on you know, good vegetable palate creation when they were small. I've talked with a lot of newer parents that are just like, you know what? If I can get my kid to eat anything at all, that's a win. But kids won't starve themselves. You know, if you really need to get vegetables in them, you can put your foot down and they will eat what's there, because kids are hedonistic. They will never just they might look like they're gonna do a what's the word I'm looking for, a hunger strike, but kids' hunger strikes don't last very long. They're not like adults. They can't hold out for a long-term win. They don't even know what long-term wins look like. I know, because I always win arguments when our older child is now in the age where she wants to debate every rule that we set for her, and she thinks she's got a better plan than the one that we've enacted. And we're like, oh, okay. No. And she's like, why don't I ever get things my way? Because you're small and we know better. But eventually, everything that she argues for that's not good for her, she loses out because we can hold out longer. This one feels like it needs to be different. There's something wrong with this. This isn't a good width. The whole thing is off by like 1. I hate it. Maybe we'll just close these stairs up by 1. No, because then it won't line up with those stairs. Unless we move those stairs by 1 also. How wide are these stairs? They can definitely be widened by 1. I'm comfortable with that. Yeah, that's not enough. You tagged Rush, but it didn't look like it stuck. Maybe he's not around. Rush did it probably. Oh, gifted himself? Yeah, he's always doing that. Gotta love opening that bag of mini carrots to that yummy smell of bleach. Ugh, I don't know where you get your mini carrots. That sounds awful though. I'm not game. Reminds me of the joke about the farmer and his dog. He said his dog eats green beans. The other farmer says his dog refused to eat them. So did mine for the first 2 days. Oof. It's a dark joke. But, I mean, yeah, it's kind of how kids are.
I wish that's how mine was.
I mean, I'd say it's never too late to start, but it does get harder and harder with time and age. Because they do get more and more combative. Okay, let's see if we widen this too wide. I just want the corner to be pretty.
Yeah, no, we're getting her retested for autism.
Okay.
Because of it's either super sensitivity or I don't know, something with sounds.
Mm-hmm.
Because I had to FaceTime her on the iPad that she had, and she started throwing a fit saying it was too loud.
Hmm.
And it's not even that loud.
Might be something to it. Although I'll say some kids' ears are just sensitive too. Doesn't hurt to check for testing. As I know, kids are kind of like super hearers for a while. They have just a more developed sense of sound. Not developed sense, but I think all of their sensations higher just because they have less neural pruning. That could be true for taste buds too, and why some foods are going to be a lot more challenging for a kid to eat. Because it's just going to be like a negative experience where they can taste some of the weird bitters and sweets and funny smells that as adults we've had a lot of stuff die off in our sensations. So we're like, what? It's good. It's good. And they're like, you can't taste that awful undertone, but adults can't. And why like really old people can eat like really nasty stuff and shrug like it's nothing. My kids are nowhere near as picky as they used to be, but I think part of that is the magic of seeing Dad when we weren't allowed to see much of each other at all. Oh, that's very nice. Yeah, my kids definitely have tastes There are things that they like better than other things, and some stuff they're just not really for, even though we've forced them to eat it and try it over and over again to make sure that they really don't like it. And then, you know, we'll wait a year and have them try it again. So we're kind of belligerent in that regard. We're pushy about like what they eat and don't eat. But there's still some things that they're just not really gung-ho about. Like the little just does not like bell pepper, even though it's really, really good for you. And we've tried to impress that on her. She just doesn't like the flavor. There's not much we can do about her not liking the flavor. We just give her other vegetables instead. And she'll eat like a personal salad completely and fill up on salad. So she's fine with other mixed vegetables and shredded and all that kind of stuff. But the tiny will eat an entire bell pepper by herself and not even bat an eyelash. So both like vegetables. Just don't like the same vegetables. Yeah, this should probably be right. Why did they put this in so that you can't get an even number of... Well, it's fine. These stairs should be fine this way. They're still not too narrow. I narrowed them down quite a bit, but not that bad. My older daughter has sensory integration disorder. I haven't heard of this. She has textures, sounds, smells, etc. that will send her running. Interesting. I mean, I think a lot of people are very sensory sensitive, but maybe not like to the order of a disorder. How do you know when something's at disorder level? Was there a test that had to happen, or like, is it an abnormal heightened level of reaction? It's kind of what it sounds like to me. Good evening, Everett. Hello and welcome. Oz, what are you sending me? This better not awaken anything in me. Well, not that one. Oh, I like that very much. Yep. Yep, I do. I do. I still don't like bell pepper. I eat it out of sheer determination to be more healthy. It's got a lot of good vitamins and minerals. In some cases, like, doesn't it have more vitamin C than oranges? I hate how many food myths I grew up with. Like, the foods that are highest in different vitamins and minerals and stuff like that. Got really weird, stupid mythology that doesn't make any sense. Like, why did we ever learn the things that we did about that kind of stuff? But we did. We learned it. I don't know. Red, yellow, orange bell peppers taste better than green ones. I can't get behind green ones either. Like, I'll put them on a pizza, but I couldn't just sit there and chomp on one. I can eat any other color. Green one's just funny tasting. Sorry, what'd you say, Akuma?
Sorry, I'm talking to my cat. She's trying to eat my mechanical pencil that's on my desk.
That's an interesting choice of dinner.
Yeah, I ratted you out. She's sitting on my lap for the first time in ages.
Oh. We have one cat that would probably lie on me in every possible angle she could probably find. And another one that refuses to hang out in the room for more than like 15 seconds. They're completely polar opposites of each other personality-wise.
Now, she chose fiance.
Boo.
Sits on him more often than everyone else.
I see.
And we didn't think that she would choose a favorite. And now she's sitting on my lap.
Yay. We need to put some dirt over here. Flower dirt. I've got flower dirt on me. She's 16 now. She was diagnosed by a psychologist as a little bit... Cool. I'm glad that we're in an era where people get diagnoses so much more than what we used to. Why that was such a stigma for such a long time. People saying like, oh, if I need therapy, that means I'm broken. It means something's wrong. So I don't even want to go and do that. So wouldn't you want to know if something was wrong? Wouldn't you want to fix? But for some reason, once it involves the mind, people, at least once upon a time, got really freaked out about it. Yes, I see that, Oz. It's good stuff. I'm for it. She has earplugs that allow her to hear close conversations, but muffles the loud sounds. That sounds amazing. Honestly, can you imagine just using those in any environment where you just don't really want to be a part of what's going on around you, but you also can't just like completely headphone out of the conversations around you entirely because it might be dangerous or unfit. Keeps them in her bag. Styrofoam is her nemesis. I don't think styrofoam's a particularly pleasant sound. I think if somebody likes the sound of styrofoam, there's probably something wrong with that person. To be fair. Like, what on earth about styrofoam could you possibly like? Here we go. Then we need like one here and one here. Yeah, that matches up over to that one. This is doing so good. I like this. But now I have to break all these one by one because these weren't set by me. Do the different colors taste differently? I guess I mostly eat just green bell peppers. You are in for a world of taste if you try the other colors. I'll just say your first time trying any other color, red, orange, yellow, brace yourself and like tell your brain this is not a bell pepper. This is not a bell pepper. Because it's such a different experience than green, you might get weirded out unless you just think of it as a completely different beast. The commonalities between green and the other flavors are minimal at best. Mostly just texture and moisture, and not the flavor at all. I have a question. Would you like me to purchase items for current size of D? It's a hard one for me to answer right now. I'll have to think on it. The sound and the feel of it. She leaves the table at restaurants. Oh, wow. Okay. Are you also working in Kelvin? I thought you were over in your hobbit hole, but I see you over in my area. Or closer to my area.
I was looking at what the NPCs had to offer.
Uh-huh.
Taking notes of what I like and what materials I need.
Nice.
For what I am now planning.
Oops, that was a mistake.
Issue is I gotta figure out how to get materials for the painting I'm eyeing. So I ain't even heard of half this stuff. I ain't even found any of it.
like some of this stuff isn't supposed to be here. Like this over abundance of land. But I feel kind of bad getting rid of it. Guess we can always make planters later on though. Is it actually carving into that? Kind of. Whoops, that was one too low. Maybe that's okay. Better. Yeah, I'll try to leave the trees. Oh, that's not a tree, it's banners. These aren't exactly our banners, per se. Yeah, I know plenty of people who are textural eaters, but that's definitely a whole new level. What's happening that way? Weird. Oh, these steps are like too wide. I see that now. Should be more like that. There's some gaps beneath some of these stairs, but I'm kind of okay with that. Yep, I can't stand the texture of shrimp, even though it does taste good. Interesting. So you like shrimp things, but not shrimp itself. That's interesting. I've never heard anyone say that about shrimp. But yeah, shrimp is definitely a very specific textural experience. I'm on the opposite side of that spectrum. I eat the parts of shrimp that most people I know don't eat. Like heads and tails. Depends on the tail, I should say. Sometimes when they're made in a certain type of grilling process, they don't they taste too tough. It's too much of a burden for me to sit and chew. But the littles like me, she'll munch on shrimp tails. She'll munch on shrimp tails I won't munch on, actually. Because I'll say, oh, yeah, you probably don't want to chew on this one. It's too tough. And she'll try it. And she'll be like, no, I like it. This tough. Like, all right. Live your best shrimp tail chewing life. Holy guacamole, shipping from the website that does the goth clothing I sent you is like $30. It's kind of expensive unless you can get a whole bunch of stuff all in bulk. Yeah, that's expensive. Expensive in a world where we're used to Amazon prices for shipping. I think it's one of those cases of bad experience. I remember my grandma serving a cold cut platter with cold shrimp. It was traumatizing. I mean, I like cold shrimp, but I can see that being wrong for some people. Does anybody have anybody else have stories of foods that they got traumatized on because of family experiences? It wasn't the original discourse topic tonight, but now I'm kind of curious who else has written off a specific food thanks to the way things are with their, or the way things were when they were younger with their family. For me, I think it was meatloaf. Well, I don't know if I call this meatloaf. Maybe it's not meatloaf. I don't know if anybody else has had this, but it's kind of like... where do I start with the story? So I was raised with no mammal meat in the house. We were allowed to eat fish and fowl and dairy products, but nothing that was a mammal. And later on, of my own volition, I gave up like fowl. But so my mom used to crave this dish that she would make. She would make it out of ground turkey, but I assume she learned originally to make this with ground beef, but then she eventually gave up beef and was making this with ground turkey. So what she would do is take the ground turkey, flatten it out into what I can only describe as like a burger patty, but put it with like onions and seasoning. So it was more than just like the ground meat. It had a whole bunch of nuanced stuff inside. Mostly of what I can remember is onions. And instead of making it burger sized, she would make it entire frying pan sized and thick, like maybe an inch, 3/4 of an inch to an inch thick, and filling an entire pan. She'd cook it that way and then cut it into pieces for her, me, and my sister to all share, and then just eat it that way. Or she recommended putting ketchup on it. I don't know if this is a poverty food or if this is something that people actually eat, or if it's like another culture's food that I just didn't. I don't know where she got it from, but every once in a while she'd make that, and it was just so much like meat and gristle and umami, and it was so so like mono flavor, even with onions in it. It's just so hard for me to just eat. It wasn't dressed up with anything else. It wasn't in a burger or anything like that. It was just a big slab of oniony meat from a frying pan, and that would be like the main course. We'd have like, you know, other sides, but that would be the main event. And I went to one of my friend's houses when I was in junior high, and he was, I don't know from what country. He was from Yugoslavia, when it was Yugoslavia. And his dad in the morning said, I'm going to make you guys my special breakfast. And it was that same sort of thing, but with actual meat. And like I almost threw up trying to be polite and eat it. It was so gross to me. This is not the right block. Borscht. For you, it's borscht. I've never had borscht. It's beets, right? Borscht is. Brother-in-law and late father-in-law mix cottage cheese with salsa. Ah, oh, why? And eat it with chips. It looks awful. That sounds like it would look like what would happen if you had a night of like upset stomach and you were just puking and what you had for dinner was Mexican food. It just sounds like that's what it would look like coming back up. It does not sound good at all. My internet just shut out. Oh, poop. I thought you were just being, you know, really quiet. Okay. Well, if it comes back, cool. If not, thank you. I think we need to make stairs here. German chocolate cake. I was not told about the coconut icing beforehand. Traumatized about why the icing was chunky and sort of crunchy. If only somebody had just said something. Oh, that's a shame. I like German chocolate cake. But yeah, it's kind of like one of those things where if you're not expecting the texture to be the way it is, I could definitely see that being traumatizing. That's better. I went to a combination. I was thinking it's just like an oatmeal cookie with a, or when you're expecting chocolate chip, that kind of surprise. Went to a combination kindergarten daycare when I was 5 or 6, and they would cook lunch from a kitchen every day. I remember I always dreaded Tuesday because mashed potatoes was my favorite food as a kid, but I hated sauces and they forced me to eat mine with gravy. Why? Just, if a kid wants it plain, just get it plain. Why would they force gravy on you? And green beans from a can, which are still disgusting. One day they made borscht and I threw up on my plate. They got mad. What? Dumped it in the toilet. Let me finish puking. Then made me another bowl and forced me to eat it? What the heck? Wow. That's, I don't know. To me, that's kind of child cruelty. Nobody should force you to, especially if the food made you throw up. It's not like you were actively being ungrateful, right? Like what kid is like, oh, I'm going to show these adults I'm going to make myself puke. I mean, unless it was obviously like you stuck a finger down your throat or whatever. What the hell? Put me off all coconut until I was an adult. That's a shame. Yeah, that's a shame. Oz's mom doesn't like coconut, but it's only because of that functionality that some people have where they associate a flavor with another flavor. Or a flavor with something else. Like my first time eating rose flavored anything all I could think of was perfume, and it was super hard for me to like get behind why anybody would ever flavor something as rose. But eventually I learned to rather like the flavor. But Oz's mom thinks of suntan lotion when she smells or tastes coconut, and so it's like a really off-putting experience, which, you know, I super get, because I don't think I would want to fill my mouth with suntan lotion. There we go. Much cleaner, much cleaner. Should we build this up, or should we leave it that way? I think these people would like a little bit of a privacy wall. Like this. Looks actually pretty cool. And the vines came up on it a little bit too, which I like. Yeah, this feels right. This feels right. I don't know what kind of building this would be, but pretty cool that way. I like the little side entry thing up here. Works well. There we go. It's even cleaner. Good. Let's see. It was 1989, different kind of world. I guess so. Jeez. Thing is, later on that night, I was upstairs reading a book. I remember it had Mickey Mouse on it, and my dad shouted from the basement, thinking I was getting into something, which I wasn't. Then I came downstairs to talk with him, and mid-sentence, I threw up the borscht again, like hours later, and he was like, I thought you said you weren't getting into anything. I puked 4 more times on the run upstairs to the bathroom. Oh no. I've never eaten borscht since. Even if it wasn't the borscht, like maybe you had a stomach flu, I don't blame you, because just the experience of that sounds traumatizing enough, like in and of itself. Kit says, I have no idea why, but coleslaw is the one food I will not eat. I don't care how great your recipe is. I'm not trying it. Honestly, coleslaw is kind of like a bullshit food. Like, cabbage already, to me, feels like one of those foods that you eat because you're a poor farmer and it's literally all you can do. Like, I don't really perceive cabbage as being like high deliciousness sort of food. It's just like, well, it's starve or we're eating cabbages, and it's like, well, I guess we're eating cabbages because I don't like to starve, and neither do, you know, I don't want my family to starve. It's cabbages or starvation, then I say cabbage. That's what it feels like to me. That might not be the case. Cabbage might be actually like really nutritive, and I'm giving it a bad rap, but then you mix stuff like mayo in it, and mayo to me is just like the white person's like salve for everything. Just slather that on foods and pretend like it has some sort of nuance. It's, yeah, I'm not a big fan of coleslaws. I've never had a coleslaw that I've like, oh, but this is good though. It just doesn't exist for me. Let's see. That's me and lavender foods. My mouth says cool, but my brain tells me to spit out the soap. Oh no. Okay, so it looks like there's a little block here. I think we should emulate that over here and give it some prosody, some synergy. Yeah, that feels intentional. The double block. Crap, it's getting to be nighttime. I don't have a bed over here, so I have to keep going back to my OG project, the mansion over here, which I'm not done with. I'll come back to it, I promise. At some point I'll come back to it. I don't think anyone could eat it again if that also happened to them. Yeah, some things just can't be resolved for after you've had a trauma experience like that. I've also heard a lot of people say mint makes them think of toothpaste, so they won't eat mint, which I feel really sad about because I love mint. It's like one of my favorite flavors of all time. All kinds of mints. And so I feel really bad anybody that can't enjoy mint. Shredded cabbage pancakes are good. I imagine it's the other stuff in it more than the cabbage, though. Like it has other things in it, right? Cabbage, good in Vietnamese, main, bad in everything else. Yeah, I don't know. The only way I like cabbage is really destructive to the cabbage, and that's kimchi. Like, nobody who eats kimchi needs to claim that they're a fan of cabbage, because it's, I mean, it's hardly recognizable. Okay, what are we doing with this? Are we tearing this down like stairs? It's kind of now like the way it looks like that, even though I was just clearing out the rubble. But now looking at it, this sort of like two-step up, two-step up, two-step up. Kind of just like the stairs down there. I'm mimicking those stairs by doing it this way. And it just has like a nice feel. Like you can also kind of see over there to that edge a little bit. It's good. It's good. I like it that way. I like cabbage in many dishes. Mayo is sometimes okay. Together is blasphemy. You can use my hobbit hole. Bed is in the back. Oh, thank you. That's got to be closer than mine. I'm almost certain it is. To be fair, though, one place coleslaw is good in as a topping inside a barbecue pulled pork sandwich. Sure. I don't know that I've ever... I mean, growing up not eating red meat, I don't know that I know the joys of a pulled pork sandwich, or that I would appreciate it the way other people who grew up eating red meat would. Maybe I should go one lower when I do stuff like this, because the rubble is in the floor. Right? I feel like that feels like the right move. Yeah, feels like it's clearing out better what I'm trying to work on. And if there's a gap here in the floor, that's not really a big deal. If there's like one level that's not matched, so there's like a void, I think that's okay. This cleaning up is actually more fun than I thought it was going to be, to be perfectly honest. I thought it was going to be a slog, and I'd just rather enjoy chatting with all y'all. But it's a little bit of both. I'm enjoying both. Yeah, that is like a recipe and not just filler on the plate. Mayonnaise and barbecue sauce together tastes great on a burger. To take your word.
I have found a temporary fix.
Welcome back. How'd you do it?
No idea how well this is gonna work.
Are you hotspotting?
I am on the Wi-Fi of the other internet that we have tried and failed to get me hooked up to.
I see.
So, yeah, we now have to play with that because I'm not happy the internet went out.
Yeah. So mileage may vary whether you stay here or not.
Yeah. If it would just connect through the Ethernet at this point, because I switched from the old internet to the new internet, and it didn't want to connect, even after restarting my computer. So, I don't know.
Lame.
What was I? It's gotta make me redo all of that. Okay.
Cabbage is good in smoothies if you're going for a slight spiciness. Interesting. However, I agree that eating coleslaw is a chore. I think coleslaw might be one of those things that's just like cultural. If you grew up with it, it's probably great. If you didn't, it's probably not that great. It's not properly filling over in here. Let's try that. Still looks bad. Maybe what we can do is fill this in a different way. Yeah, we'll just do it like that. That looks more intentional for this beam than to be half in and half out. A fun question is, what do you like that everybody else thinks is disgusting? A lot of things. I eat a lot of food, actually. For being somebody who's only pescatarian, I've eaten a lot of foods that other people would probably balk at, including ones that are on, like, what do you call it? Like taste challenges or whatever. Like TikToks and other places where they're trying a food on camera and you watch them like gag because it's such a negative experience. I don't do it. I'm not trying to do it just for the glory to be able to say that I can. I just like a lot of different types of food. I'm not too picky. Beef liver. That's not too rare. Chicken livers, gizzards, hearts. Haven't had them in probably a decade. Interesting. I don't know too many people who are into the giblets. So that might put you in a pretty rare spot. I'd probably be open to that kind of stuff if it was like within my diet. Also don't expect it has particularly great nutritional value though, right? A lot of that gizzard stuff is like, what's the word I'm looking for? Filtration inside of a body of an animal. It's generally kind of full of stuff we shouldn't be consuming. That's probably the only stuff I shy away from, besides like animals that I won't eat. It's just if I know it's going to actually be bad for me. I found out that the ammonium chloride salty licorice that I really like isn't particularly good for one's health. So unfortunately, I don't keep that around the house. I don't need to get into a new habit. I only discovered it later in life. And I don't need to accidentally get my kids hooked on it either. Oops. My grandmother was Australian. I've been eating Vegemite since I was a kid. Nobody seems to like that stuff. It's definitely an acquired taste. I've tried it and it's fine. I don't think it's particularly off-putting. I did read sort of the history on Marmite and Vegemite, and it does seem like it's a total scam. So I don't know that I would get into it for those purposes. It just seems like a way that companies were like recycling some of their industrial food waste in a way that they could still make money, and then tried a big campaign to try to prove an unwitting public to buy this useless product for health purposes. Also really like unsweetened grapefruit juice. Oh, well, that's just delicious though. I don't blame you there. And ginger beer. I know a lot of people that like ginger beer. That's usually not too off-putting for most people, unless it's just like you get one that's particularly spicy. Sometimes it can be a little overwhelming to some people's senses. Even make some people sneeze. Not good for you at all. Yeah. I did the research because I was the really strong ammonium chloride licorice. I got some that almost tasted like furniture lacquer, like stuff that you'd put on an end table to preserve the wood, and I was like, I feel like I'm losing life expectancy eating this. And that's when I looked it up and I was like, oh, maybe I probably shouldn't like be fully habitual when it comes to this type of food. I don't know that we have this exact type of shingle block. And I don't think I have enough of this one to see. This doesn't seem like it's going to be the right color. Oh, it is. This is the tarred. I just don't have enough of it, though. We'll come back. We'll make some more. With you on the grapefruit? Oh, yeah. You ever gotten a vitamin B shot? No. Well, I mean, I've tried, like, the vitamin B drinks. So, kind of. Yeah. It's interesting. The rush, the vitamin B rush experience is weird. It's definitely its own unique sort of thing. Let's go one lower, one over. Try to get rid of as much of this rubble as we can. Something kind of like that. Yeah, it's much cleaner. The Caribbean style is always really spicy. I like the English and Australian style. Here we have a lot of Caribbean, but I like really spicy. And I like Caribbean spice profile. Unless it's particularly sweet. Like, I know there are a few things that I'm okay with a little bit of sweet. Like, I like Thai curries that have pineapple in them. But some Caribbean spice bouquet is a little extra sweet. And it's just, I don't know, too much. Like, it can feel the diabetes forming. Vegemite and those kind of things are basically how they make vitamin B. Oh, interesting. It's manufactured in the bacteria. Ah, gotcha, gotcha. It's not as far over as I need to be. Still feels like there's something funky with that wall over there. One of the awkward things about streaming with really amazing headphones is sometimes I hear sounds, whether they're in game or around the house, or I don't know where else, that I can't figure out what they are. These headphones are so good at blocking out like all the sound around me. And so sometimes I get a little bit alarmed if I hear a noise that I can't like sort out exactly what it is or who's supposed to be up and about right now. Basically, it should just be me, Oz, and Mary. And so if I can't figure out what a sound is, I'm like, wait, what is going on? Who's doing what now? What's happening? That's not terrible. This needs to be fixed. I tried kombucha, not for me. The kind that I've tried wasn't terrible, but it's definitely scam material too. It's one of those things like Vegemite. I feel it's like, you know, let us tell you a tale about why the thing that we have put together is actually a superfood for you. It's like, no, I don't buy it. Oh, that's looking better. Yeah, that's much better. Much more put together. Actually, this could probably be a thing too. Can we just turn this into a whole column so it doesn't look like it's just on one of the stairs, but it's on both of the stairs? Yeah, that's better for sure. And then this looks like one block there. Cool. So it makes a little, yeah. And we should probably do the same thing with this side. I feel like it just sort of fills this out a little bit nicer. And now we'll have like a little recessed alcove there on the back side of this little area. Will now have recessing, and this is already there, so it definitely fills that space out much better. Yeah, and it's already happening to the other walls, so it looks like that's how it was meant to be. Look at me finishing patterns and stuff. Cool. I have bone conduction headphones on, so I can still hear the goings on around me. That sounds cool. Is it cool? Are those comfortable for long periods of time? Talk to me about bone conduction. Sell me on the issue. I was folding laundry in my closet and heard birds from your game. Wow. And then I looked up. That's impressive. That's pretty good. Okay. Some of this needs to end in brick, but we don't have that brick. That's going to be a bit of a tragedy. It sucks. There's nothing we can do to fill in the textures for walls that we just don't have the make for.
Do we know what kind of brick it is?
It is. Do you know what the half timbered block looks like? It's like stucco plus like lumber framing in it.
Yes.
It looks like that, but with brick. If you look at my stream real quick, you can see. I'm pretty sure this doesn't exist for players. I haven't seen it before, or it hasn't registered in my brain that it existed until tonight when I was I put down some brick thinking like, oh, I'll just finish up a different area than this one. And I put the brick down and I was like, oh wait, my brick doesn't have wood crisscrossing through it. And I thought about it and I was like, wait, I don't think we can place that brick. Or whatever this is called. Let me do a quick research real quick, actually. Brick and...
Brick timbered block.
Are you looking it up?
I'm assuming that's what it is. Davenport Kelvin, ingredient data not available at the moment.
Womp
So
womp.
people may not have found how to make it.
Lame.
Yeah, because there's a half timbered. So maybe wood logs and clay. Or, and brick. Wood logs and brick.
It'd be worth trying.
That's a educated guess.
Yeah. Why are you SVUing me? Hi, Oz. Oh. Sorry. You're so quick to ping me when I haven't caught up on chat. Found out where the ants coming into our bathroom are from. There's so many. Why are there so many now? I thought there were only like 3 last time I checked.
Clearly you've never fought with ants.
I mean, we've been having a really bad ant invasion, but when they were in our bathroom, it wasn't like a whole trail or swarm or anything. It was just like scouts. But I suppose that's changing or evolving now. So Kit says regarding the bone conduction headphones, I like them. I got them when my nieces and nephew were babies. While I was up with them at night, I could hear them, but also listen to whatever on my phone. Oh, that sounds really nice, actually. I haven't considered being able to hear two things at once like that would be really cool. I would not say you can carry on a conversation with someone while using them, but if something crashes, a kid calls you, it will get your attention. Okay. They're interested in something. What something do we have? What is in our bathroom that ants want?
That's the trick. Nobody fucking knows. I'm also playing the ant fighting game.
It's just ants being rude. Yeah.
Not fun.
I particularly
do a giant purge and then call the exterminator and be like, hey, we need you to spray inside.
Yeah. I think particularly just because the kids being around, we're particularly squeamish around about having too much ant activity because so many of the ants here have really, really nasty bites.
And then, of course, a lot of chemicals are not going to be, you know, safe for kids.
Yeah, we also don't want to just spray the ever-living crap out of everything. And, yeah.
I spray the ever-living crap out of all the ants I see. And then if it's where the kid can get it, I clean it once it's dry some.
That makes sense.
Gotta let it work first.
Yeah. That looks better. Why are some of these buildings like buried in the cliff though? It's not like the entire earth came alive and rose mountains that didn't exist before when the shroud came. I think. I haven't been paying attention to the lore terribly closely, but I don't think the whole world was like restructured. I thought only the water like boiled up and turned into red shroud.
You're reaching into depths I haven't even come across yet. Starting to think I should read the lore.
Oh, they want water because it's hot and not raining. That makes a lot of sense. Speaking of the triplets, my niece, C, decided to jump in the pool without anyone with her. Oh my gosh. How old are they now? Thankfully, my sister-in-law was right there and jumped in right behind her. Pools are scary around littles. Or reverse that. Littles are scary around pools. I've already doused the entry and a little bit under the sink in the inner bathroom and just around bottom of the door a little to deter them from coming out into the outer bathroom. Sounds good. We have one bathroom split with a door between it. That's what I mean by inner and outer. Guess I can just put regular brick for now. Got a pretty good amount of regular bricks.
Yeah, no, there is no info on that brick at the moment.
Alright. Well, if they decide to add it to the game at some point, we can just deal with it at that.
I'm on the Enshrouded wiki too, so...
Yeah.
One would think.
It's fine. Not the prettiest, but it at least closes up the building. Let me get that angle.
missing?
A and B stood on the porch confused. They're 2.5. Yeah, I'd be pretty confused. What's going on? Why is everybody running? Why are we jumping into the water right now? Can I do that too? Oh no, it looks like Nisi got in trouble. Maybe I shouldn't. I don't know, it doesn't necessarily stop our littles if one gets in trouble.
There's 3 blocks that are not part of, or that there's no
No wiki about.
yeah. 3 building and 2 road.
Oh yeah, I think we've run across the road ones too, because we wanted to rebuild some of the road, but it's not possible right now. Do it like that. A is going to be a master thief. She can figure out every lock or baby-proofing device she comes across. That's pretty impressive. And scary.
Oh, no.
If she can reach it, she can open it. Oh my. Yeah, you guys are definitely in trouble.
Thank goodness my daughter hasn't figured out the baby-proof door handle yet.
Hmm.
Like, she even watches me do it and she hasn't figured it out.
Good. Like, please stay this way as long as you can.
Right.
That's about right.
Alright, that's what I was doing originally.
You know, it's not bad. They're obviously different bricks, they're obviously different styles. But
It'll work for the time being.
yeah, it kind of works in its own sort of way. I don't know how to clean up all this, but it's something for now. They climb the baby gate with their toes and jump it. Oh my gosh. Sister-in-law is looking at the gates now that are basically a full cell barred door. We've thought about doing that for routing the cats, but I think the cats are getting better. They're almost not destroying everything. There's a period when we first moved here where they were absolutely tearing up everything. We were gifted an old used leather couch, and I told the people giving it to us, I was like, we have cats and they're gonna ruin it. Or actually I said, we have babies and they'll probably ruin it. They're like, well, you know, just consider it like housewarming. It's fine, whatever happens to it, that's all right. And I was like, I don't think you understand how badly a child can ruin leather. But if you're absolutely fine with it, and then the kids ended up being pretty respectful, but the cats just absolutely shredded parts of it to bits. And then they did the same thing with a bunch of our moving boxes before we were ready to put them away, or I mean to empty them out and get rid of them. So we had like cardboard chunks all over the house for a long time. So we were like, all right, how do we like gate them off so that they can't come upstairs and like cause all kinds of havoc, especially when we're trying to sleep. One of them's a loudmouth that just likes to meow in corners and listen to her sound, the sound of her voice reverberate. But now they're chill. I can't say I know exactly what happened. Except they decided to chill out. We're almost gonna do like full prison gate stuff though. Block them off. There's so much stuff going on here. Almost feels like the more rubble I take away in some of these places, the more like comes up. I shouldn't do that big. I don't know what's inside that building.
Because she was sitting on my lap before the internet went out. She does that. She does that.
I feel like we should also have gates, but maybe not. Nothing to gate off over here. It's just a little raised walkway for no good reason.
What?
I think this needs to be wider. It's one of those stairs that the other stair was too wide and I made it narrow. This one's too narrow. I need to make it wider. Yeah, why not? There's something very, like, pimple popping about this, but without all the gross out factor. I know a lot of people find catharsis in videos and content like that online, but then just as many people are completely and utterly grossed out. Oz and I went through a phase where we watched like almost every Dr. Pimple Popper video ever produced. Do this, or is this too wide? It's like just narrow enough. Maybe.
If you hear a yell of anger, that is fiance playing Elden Ring.
Okay.
You've been warned.
Sounds good. just use a one-off. Yeah, honestly, that feels like a much better approach. Oh, especially for like double doors. That just seems to make sense. Have this be a little bit wider. Probably get rid of this too eventually, but for now I'm more into building than the whole terraforming thing. Oh yeah, you're a fan of Dr. Pimple Popper as well. Yeah, we used to get in some really nasty viewership right before bed. Like we cuddle and put on her content and just just get drowsy watching people have their skin opened up and stuff pulled out of it. That was our bedtime routine for a while.
The thought of that grosses me out. And yet we're over here. We've watched House before bed.
Well, there you go.
We did make it to the final season, though.
Nice. I haven't even watched one full episode of the show, but what do you think? You're pretty far. You're almost done.
Yeah, I want to say we're a couple episodes in the final season. I love it.
Yeah. I feel like the one thing House does is it gives us the fantasy that there indeed are doctors out there that actually listen to their patients and don't just follow the stuff that they learned in med school and, you know, are really attentive and want to do all the research and understanding so that they do what's right. At least in the US, that's kind of like, that makes it a fantasy TV show. The chances of finding somebody actually like that are pretty slim. I'm almost out of this block. Finally. So much rubble I could not get up. To do it all by hand or by individual block removal. It's all pixel or voxel tossed in. Well, it will look that much better when I clear it all out though. The dermatologist coded people of the world. Dermatologist coded. As in, like, we are, what's the word I'm looking for? Programmed in our brains to enjoy that kind of stuff. I don't know, Oz and I are like, things don't faze us. Like, if it was car wreck footage or liposuction or surgery of any sort, decedents getting embalmed and made up with all the stuff that you do for the face rigging for an open casket, like really nothing particularly bothers us, or at least we haven't really found it. The only stuff that bothers me is like actual for realsies violence, people deliberately deciding to hurt each other, and especially if there's like a child involved. But everything else, I'm like MTV generation, just like numb to it. I don't care. We're meat sacks and a whole bunch of weird, funny stuff happens to our bodies. We get all sorts of diseases and parasites and things happen that go wrong. Things go wrong just the way we were built. We don't even need germs and externalities to have a bad experience with our lives. Our bodies are made with so many inherent flaws just waiting to happen. Some of us higher propensities than others. When that kind of stuff does happen, I'm not like grossed out at it. It's just natural to be the flawed meat sacks that we are. What especially when you see liposuction, when you see what somebody can do when they're on a strict schedule. They're trying to turn over as many people as they can, and they get that wand going through your belly button and then pulling out everything, and how imprecise they can be while still not damaging any of your internal organs or anything like that. They could just go to town, go super fast. Or if you've ever seen skin peeled down for something like a brain surgery, and you see how like quickly you can dehumanize the experience of what the human skull looks like. Or the human face, I mean to say, as you start to expose parts of the skull and the brain. Well, it's better. I don't like how much of this had to be done by hand, but at the same time, I'm running out of certain building materials, so maybe deconstruction is a good thing to keep in mind. Let's remove that one and place this one more straight for now. Let's see. Really need. This is the tarred shingle. And we'll go and see if we can make some of the stuff. Medical stuff is fascinating. I agree. I feel like certain people take normal human body and mind function too much for granted, or that it's a lot more normal than one might think. And so I appreciate the perspective that can be gained from looking up medical stuff. I like the brain side of things too, not just, you know, how gross can the body get, because you can only watch so much of that and it starts to get boring when you become desensitized to it. Oh, hi. But like abnormal psychology or criminal psychology, that kind of stuff fascinates me too. One of you makes roofs, and I forget who it is. Is it you?
Let me craft you something.
Or is it me? Do I make roofs? Now that I think about it,
Anything else?
I think the guy I'm playing is the person that makes most of these blocks. Tarred shingle. I just need wood logs. Easy. For a while I was addicted to this YouTube channel where this guy did what's the word I'm looking for? Like forensic analysis on criminal psychology, watching people's footage in interrogation rooms, and then talking about their different mannerisms and the way that they move their body. I kind of found out through researching sort of his methodology later on that he was kind of a quack. Like, he's applying ideas to footage backwards. He's looking at people that he knows are criminals, and then he's explaining where he sees that the warning signs for it, when in reality they're not necessarily showing those signs overtly enough. Like, kind of makes the police look like they're missing so much. Like, oh, how did they not see, you know, she's doing this thing, or he's got this eye twitch, and they identified, why don't have this YouTuber go work in the police station so he can point this kind of things out. But it's all just like hindsight is 20/20 sort of things. It's like pattern matching after the fact, when most people don't really have patterns that you can just pick up on in an interrogation room and prove that there's something going wrong with them that looks criminal. It is usually a once you know they're a criminal, you can kind of see how their behavior isn't lining up. But in the moment, most people aren't weird in the same ways as each other. And so you can't just say, oh yeah, do you see how they're crossing their arms? That's proof that they're uncomfortable. Not everybody crosses their arms because they're uncomfortable, you know? I feel like roofing takes up a lot of resources. My cat just scared me walking over my head to get to her pillow. Didn't see her, and then my head was covered. Cats are
dicks.
Yeah. Cats are kind of like living with like a demonic creature that's just trying to like harvest your fear. Because I feel like cats are always trying their hardest to mess with you. Alright, this looks pretty good. Just have to complete the other side. I don't understand what I do wrong when I'm placing roof, that the peak doesn't always come along for the ride. Like, there it is, but here it isn't. Maybe just because there's broken texture underneath. Looking nice. I just need something, eventually, something in that peak front. Probably more brick. She's a big girl. Her name is Fat Tina. Nice. Napoleon Dynamite reference. So many of these rooftops just have like just the edge broken. It's fine. This one's missing a lot of roof. It's all this one. I don't know if I have enough of this to go around. Has a dainty meow and the heart of a lady, until you mess with her pillow. I mean, I know a few women like that, but just cats. Man, I cannot get this particular tile to give me the roof peak. Just want that. That looks like it's too far. It's scraggly. It's coming together. Maybe scraggly's okay though. Right. Like, just doesn't want to place the cursor right where I want it to. Right like that. That's one too high. Bollocks. There we go. It'd be the same height. That seems to do the trick. Is there really nothing missing here? There is. There's one. It still doesn't complete the peak the same way though. Roofs are weird. I'm done. If I stay up any later, I'm just gonna keep building. I feel like I got a lot cleaned up. How's your hobbit hole looking?
I mean, it's almost there.
Almost where it was before, or in a even better state?
Oh, I gotta work on gathering some things before I get it further, but we shall work as I can.
Between tonight and next Enshrouded stream, probably Friday, I hope to widen that flame shrine so that you'll have as much building space as you want. Yeah, you're like right up against the edge. And you know, actually the other one, even before the final widening, is almost there. But I don't know that we need to, I was thinking maybe we need to reposition it more then to the east. But it's almost got, I guess it's everything to the east. It's going to miss all of this.
It's got one more level it needs to be if it's going to be on par with all the others.
Okay. I guess.
All the others are level 4. And that one's 3.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe the east, it would be kind of close to this church thing. I'm kind of feeling like maybe we won't reach the church, though. They pulled it much farther away than it used to be in old Kelvin. But we'll just have to make do with the amount of Kelvin we can get while still keeping overlapped with the rest of the city that we built. All right. I'm going to bounce out.
Okie doke. I don't know what's going to happen when you leave.
Oh, it's a persistent server. You can hang out as long as you like.
That's weird because I can never find it. I can never find it when I go to get on later.
Did you join by joining on me?
I mean, I have it as a saved server on Steam, so.
I don't know. If you ever run into problems finding it though, it's not coming up for you, let me know, because it might just need a update or something. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I tried to. I want to say I tried to get on earlier today or yesterday, and I could not find it.
Weird. Yeah, the only thing I can think of is maybe it was off the right version and just needed an update.
Maybe.
I just periodically manually update it. There's no, I don't have anything automated to update it, so.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okie doke. Well, good night.
Have a good night. And a good night to the rest of you folks. Thank you for those of you who joined in the discourse conversation tonight, whether that was for the initial topic or just going off topic, which I very much enjoy doing as well. I appreciate your faces. I appreciate the community we've been building. Thank you for sticking with me through 2024 as we've done a lot of format changes away from what we used to do from the previous years. I'm definitely building more of an idea, a concept for where I want to go with this in the future that has to do with a lot more challenging conversations, sharing of ideas, threatening those ideas to some degree with, you know, research, analysis, careful breaking apart of status quo and just accepting things because they feel comfortable. In that regard, to some people in real life, I've called what we're doing the unsafe space, but that feels a little, I don't know, controversial in ways that I don't necessarily know that I agree with. We're not necessarily creating an area where we platform hate or bad ideas so much as we allow them to come to the surface and then criticize them afterwards. But I don't want to ever have a community in which we can't address the negativity or the bad ideas that are happening in greater society or globally. Because once we stop being able to talk about them, we stop being able to deal with them directly. And ultimately, I'd love to create a cult thought movement with all of you based around that premise of transparency and a desire to find the optimal solution, whatever that could possibly be. Or at least agree that an optimal solution might be more difficult or challenging than just saying whatever. I'm tired enough that I can't finish that thought cogently. Thanks again for being here. If you are watching on Twitch or Kick, please consider watching me live, at least in another separate browser tab on YouTube, so I can get my YouTube watch hours this year. Trying to get partner by the end of 2024. If you're watching on VOD, definitely watch those VODs on YouTube as opposed to the other platforms, because that's where it matters. The viewership will matter the most for me in my current endeavors. And if you don't already have an account on kick.com, make one, follow me, and then you can forget that you ever did it and just farming for followers there. I think that's it. YouTube, Kick, we'll say goodnight to you now. If you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. Twitch Hangout, we're going to go raid somebody else. But for everyone else, have a wonderful night.